finally. I finally get to start playing the game. I just couldn't wait. Yumituki was just simply too big. Dear Lord. Alright. So, if you have noticed, my avatar is a bit different today. I'm cosplaying, technically, as the protagonist for this game. So, without further ado, let's just start. I'm actually really excited. Hi. Ooh. Okay. Of course you can't go out the door. See the balcony. Is that how you exit the balcony? Oh, there you go. It's called veranda. Are there people that call their balconies veranda? In our place, we usually call them veranda as well. I saw some hints. You know. I just thought it was pretty funny. This looks a little more similar to Madotsuki's room. I'm guessing, hold on, can I... Ooh. So I'm guessing this game was developed before Yumituki. Alright. As always, screenshot, but this time I'm using my PC screenshot so that I will start documenting. This is Savitsuki's room. Alright, where the fuck? I'm sorry. And then this is the this is the veranda. I like how every time I try to take a screenshot, she just sits down. It's good. She gets to wait properly. Oh, okay, I didn't realize this was small. Okay, there we go. So there's her veranda right there. And then I'll color her name red. Or balcony. What places actually call their balconies veranda, aside from ours? That's what I'm wondering. So of course we have a TV. I wonder if you can interact with the shelves here. Doesn't seem like you can. There's games too. Mini games. Shinsoku Neko. That sounds quite suspenseful. Sounds a little sinister. Oh, you have to catch. Wait. I didn't know how to play that. Move, Z, enter, catch. Oh, okay. So Z or enters catch, X is Shinsoku dash. Really? Can I try? Oh shit. Okay, this is hard. Wow. Okay, buddy. Alright, buddy. Yeah. Today is lovely day. I have ginger snaps. I wonder what ginger snaps are. It sounds like a snack. Anyway, I'm glad you're enjoying yourselves there, Subval. Alright, hold on. There's the bed to sleep in. Can I actually... Oh. Oh! So this is where you save. Nice. Okay. Snacks and entertainment are a great day to start the day. That's true. Upload save game. Oh, okay. Huh. Wow, so does that mean... Okay, I have to get used to the things here. Top bed hair, the usual, my favorite, leather shoes. Hold on, wait, what? Leather shoes, huh? Hold on, what are the instructions here? So this is actually one of those games. I mean, no, not one of those games, but I think this is the only game I came across where it doesn't actually start with the instructions. So the game flow, my room, bed is where you save, your PC, and then flow. Okay. So you use your PC to dream. Return to reality by selecting the menu's get up option. Effects actions are used with the shift key. なるほどね. Okay. So let's start dreaming. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. Hold on. Beep, 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 beep. Will you look at that? Will you look at that? Look how welcoming that is. Ah. When in the previous games, you have peace. In this game, you get this. Beautiful. So this is what your dream veranda looks like, Savitsky. What a nice life you live. That very promising. Your place looks very promising. And then I'll put it in red because yeah. Dream veranda. There we go. I just think it makes sense. Alright. Damn, that's... The ambience is pretty loud. So no video games there. It's quite weird because in the original game, you don't really notice it disappearing. In here, only in here. Or maybe I'm just really used to the game itself. Okay, so nothing unusual about her room. What if I interact with the PC again? Let's see. Oh, you cannot do the... Can you? I was low-key hoping you can do the move while seated option. Did I make a mistake? Oh, okay. Out the door we go. Entrance. Wait, how does the door sound? That's how the door sounds? It's pretty cute. Okay. Wow, what an entrance. Okay, I don't know where to start. Let's start with the west. Oh shit. Oh, shit. Okay. Hi! Utility poles. Huh, okay. Interesting. So... Wait, I have to... Okay, I'll document that later on. Utility pole worlds. Why utility poles? If I look at DOTFLOW, what really comes to mind is industrial music in a good way. That's a good thing. So, utility pole world. Utility pole world. So, and then I'll put assets here. There's that. And then there is that as well. Just gonna add some stuff here. And then on the third one. There we go. Alright. Back to the detective. What is that? Okay, wait, give me a sec. Just screenshotting everything I see. I'll make sure to select transparent selection while I'm at it, but I think for the purposes of this game, maybe not. I'll just leave it as is. If there's a black background, then I'm lucky. Okay, so this is a repeat. Okay, these are repeats. Okay, let's go. What is that supposed to be? I wonder. I'm gonna just take a picture of that. This weird thing, floating thing. Is that a... Nothing. That's nothing. I guess I'm supposed to get an effect before it? Huh, alright. Hold on, give me a sec. Wake up, return to your room. Instructions, okay. Interesting. Alright. What else do we have here? Oh. My first effect is a metal pipe. Is it? Oh my god. Okay. Good to know. Ah, yes, my first effect. The killing machine. So I will make this... Can this be seen? Iron pipe effect. There we go. I guess that says something about me as a character? Now that I think of it, let's try it on that thing we saw earlier. Actually. I am seeing different things. Okay, let's just go here then. Oh, that will go. It'll be later. So the bike equivalent I seem to not be getting yet. I'm just going to go with the flow. Get it? Cause flow. I'm in the oh shit. I have a bad feeling about this. Just every single world in this game is... I have a bad feeling about this. Let me take the elevator. Submarine corridor. Hi. Hello. This one is apartments. Apartments. Let's see. The funniest part about this is that I'm playing this at night, so this is gonna be funky. Hello, good sir. What are you? What are you supposed to be? Should I bonk you? Maybe I shouldn't. I'm not gonna consider that yet. Hey, look at that. Damn. Yeah, I'm gonna keep myself like this way. What are you? I'll just unequip this one. You're a weird little fella. What am I hearing? What is that? What is that? Should I bonk you? I don't know. I only have a killing machine with me. I don't feel like bonking anyone. And what are you? What is that supposed to be? It's just a light I see. Looks like the lantern tunnels. I forgot what it's called in Yumituki, but that. Oh, that goes somewhere. We're back at the apartments, I see. Okay. Ah, hey, that's the guy I met earlier. These are the guys I met earlier. Hell yeah. I agree with you. Damn, that's loud. Here's another NPC. It looks like just looks like the paintings. Look like it's not like yes. That's an NPC that looks just like the paintings. Wonder why. Prison. Prison. Damn. Okay. Okay, buddy. Prison. Wow, what a way to start the game. Maybe I shouldn't have gone west after all. Damn. That's crazy. I don't know. I swear to God, if there are 4 different endings in this game, based on the 4 cardinal direction. Hello, sir. How are you doing? You want me to bunk you out of there? There are more people in the prison. I'll also put that down. Oh yeah, I forgot to document that person too. I should be a bit more attentive. It's been a while since I've started documenting, so I'll call this prison. In prison. You entered prison from apartments. I mean, in a way that can mean Sabitsuki sees her abode as a prison. I get you, girl. Dormitories, they're the same. Entered through the apartment. I'm gonna just put it here. I'm gonna note it here then. Entered through the apartment. Let's see. Entered through the apartment may signify how she sees her abode as a prison, literally. Just a little note there. And the residents there too, because she lives in an apartment herself, right? The residents there too, they seem rather... Oh. Submit yourself? Damn! Oh! Oh, did I do something wrong? Hell! Damn! Wow! 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 Oh, look at that! There's me! Oh, that's me! On a guillotine. She's just sitting! Sitting beside her. Wow! Okay! Sure. Alright, Savitsky. You have a lot to share in therapy, it seems. I mean, practically all fan game protagonists are the same in that front, but still. Is this the... Okay, this is how big. Hell. I'll make this 50% the size. Or, yeah, 50. And then size 10. Oh. That's a Bitsky on a guillotine. This looks like symbolism of grief, or not grief, no, of regret, guilt. Wow. Okay. What are you? Star World. I don't know what to feel anymore. Okay. I genuinely think, chat, that DOTFLOW is the first time I'm going in a game 80% blind. A Yumeniki game. I have to shamefully admit that. Let's see, 50%. Or maybe not. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do that anyways. 50. I'll move that later. Hopefully that will fix the thing. Wait. I'll use transparent selection. Okay. So, does it align? Okay. This is called what again? Star World. That's weird. That's pretty weird. Are they even stars or fireflies? They look more like fireflies than anything. There's something projecting those lights over there. 18. Star World. I don't know what to feel about this. The entry here is an NPC. entered through a fishing NPC in hell. That's weird. Another door there. I don't know if I want to enter it. I'll just do that. And I'm finally in the scrolling area. Even in calmer worlds like this, there seems to be a sinister touch to it. Like anxiety that something's gonna happen wrong. What is that? Looks like a stool. Machine. Machine. Oh my. Oh my. Huh. Okay. What is... There's a machine in Star World, and I cannot really see what that NPC really looks like. Looks like a blueprint table of sorts, or an anvil. It makes sense if it's actually an anvil. Alright, let's put it in. Machine effect. I'll just put it here. Okay, wait, hold on. Machine effect. Ah, hold on. I'll take off. It's actually hurting my jaw. Okay. Wait. So what does machine do? I don't know if it has any practical uses. Probably has. They look like prosthetics. Let's see what Savitsky looks like. Maybe in a light... maybe I'll try that out in a lighter world. And then... yeah. Also, I noticed something. Oh yeah, that looks like a constellation. I just don't know what. Or maybe they don't really form anything. But yeah, I'm actually wondering. Because Savitsky is also... If you look at her menu, she's referring to herself using first person. Like, unlike the other games, unlike the original and even the fan sequel, the UI refers to her in first person, so it's her talking. She's really aware of what's going on around her. Not saying the other protagonists aren't, but in here it feels more like you're playing her story. And she's telling it to you. She's letting you experience it herself. She probably wants you to. That's interesting. Okay. So there's a stack here. There seems to be nothing else here. I think I should take a picture of this as well. Let me find a good sample instead of taking up the entire screen. Pop, pop, pop. Cute. So, something like this. I will put Submarine World here. I'll put it here. It's a little bit hard to, organize, but I'll try. Submarine World. Oh, that's 24. Nope, 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 nope. 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18. There we go. Ah! 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 Okay. Submarine World. And then I'll also take a picture of this weird arrangement, which I believe you should go through the middle of those candles. It looks like it. There's a hint here. Okay. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna put it here on the side. Wait. Row of candles. Because I feel like, unlike the other games that I've played so far, this has a more concrete story. Hold on. Candle. Row of candles. Probably must... Okay, I'm not gonna write that down yet. Row of candles. Arranged like a pathway. In Submarine World. I put it under Submarine World. Yep. Okay. Let's go through it. There are always these paths in Yumeniki. Did that do anything? Oh, that did something. It made a lot of the world's candle. Hi! 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 Hello! Hi! 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 Hello! Hi! Hi! Hello! Oh my god! Diving helmet! Thank you! When you interact with her, it's just the light bubbles. It's like... Wait. I wanna... Wait. Cute. Okay. That's cute. Alright. I'm gonna keep my diving helmet on. This is cute. Let's see. Anything else? Oh, I can probably take a picture of those rocks as well. You can sit here for a while, Urotsky. No, I'm sorry. Sabitsky. Guys, feel free to cancel me. I accidentally called the wrong protagonist. I have accidentally referred to the wrong protagonist. I'm sorry. I don't know how to, prepare an apology video. God damn it. I've been waiting all my life to play this game, and this is how I approach it. Absolutely blasphemous. Okay. This is what it looks like. Do I capture the do I capture the pebbles too? Let's appreciate the yeah, actually we can probably try that. But I don't think these are too important. I don't know why I'm doing this either. I'm just gonna get that starfish and then I'll skip the seagrass. I already got it down there anyways. These are assets here. I'm quite inconsistent. It's been a while since I've documented. Oh. Where am I? Hello? What are you? And why is it that when I go for... Actually, what are you? What are you? What are you? Plant... Oh. No. Oh. No. 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 Plant World. Oh, what's in Plant World, I wonder. I see. Oh, what's in the back? Oh. Oh, wow. Hi. Oh, oh, oh. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, 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 hi. Hello, what's up? What's up? You're cute. Thank you. Watering can. Watering can. That's cute. Oh. Huh. I. Huh. So you use the watering can and then it makes it rains. Okay. Ah, that's seems like a lot of practical use for that. This vaguely looks like a graveyard. I don't know what I feel about that. Vaguely looks like a graveyard. Let's see. Oh my god, I should take a picture of these. I really should. Oh my god, excuse me guys. I will have to... Wait, I'm gonna unequip that first. Look, I get it. Yes, yes. Oh! Okay, I think I get it. Wow, oh, that's amazing. Because usually in other games that have rain effects, it's either it rains or it doesn't. It's either it rains or it doesn't. So I'll put it here, Plant World. And it's weird because plants here don't seem green. Okay. Yeah, and there are plants that are not necessarily green, or I mean, we're in dream world. Anything can happen in dreams. I'll make that white, and excuse me, I will have to charge or else the stream will be over. Okay. Got that sorted. Plant World. Interesting. One arrangement here. I'm glad I captured that without the background, although maybe the background is also worth capturing. That looks like a heart. I don't know what that is. Maybe it's like those random background things in Yuminiki, but only when you look at it closer, I think. I will label. Just give me a sec. 10. Water. Ghost lady gives watering can. What? I'll make it sky blue. Watering can effect. Also, nice flow. Get it? Because we came from the underwater world, and we are in a world where it is loosely connected to that. And what is that? What are you? You look like a tooth. That guy looks like a tooth. I'll put it here. Tooth-like NPC. Strange tooth-like NPC. And there are other flowers here too. If you think about it, those flowers kind of look like her bed hair. And there's an... Is that another... Oh, okay. I thought you were another ghost. Yeah, this plant world looks reminiscent of a graveyard of sorts. It's mainly plant world. Plant equals death? Yeah, I relate. Botanophobes can relate. What are you? Do I have to go through you? You don't seem to budge. What are you? You look cute. I'll capture you. That sounds wrong. There are a lot of ghost-like NPCs. I'll put the note of it looking like a graveyard right beside the world name. Is there any more entry other than this area, or is this a dead end? Let's see. Man, I wish I had the bike equivalent. If that's the case though, then I will have to... Excuse me. I guess only that then. Oh, that's new? Okay. So instead of being sped up, it's just pitched down. The music. So just keep going, proceeding. Sponges. The Sabitsky love the ocean. Submarine city, or perhaps something else a little more sinister because it seems peaceful. I don't know, a lot of things. I'm not even too deep into what the hell is that music? Wait, wait, okay. Alright. Okay, I'll take a picture of this first. Hold on. What is this called? It's still Submarine City, apparently. Submarine World, Submarine City. Okay, I'll add a city subvariant here, then. Hold on, give me a sec. I'm sorry. The music. It probably has a purpose why it sounds like that way. City section. Resize 50. This is the entryway. There are 4 dots here. What are these supposed to be? Should I? Oh yeah, I think this is a good opportunity for me to see what I actually look like with the machine. She looks oddly familiar. Also, I can't really do anything with shift. I guess you need to be with a certain something then in order for that to work. I'll take a picture of that actually, maybe. I'll not prioritize that because I'm gonna be seeing that a lot anyways. This is giving me anxiety. So this, I don't know, I'll just go there. Come on, is this a maze? Ah! I don't know. Go that way? What the hell is that? Is that an Oboa reference? I don't know what to feel about this. Strange murals on the wall. Fucking whoa. Actually, no. I'm not going to capture the entire thing. Wait. I'm sorry. That is something. Okay. Wait. Get out of the way. City section. Oh god, this is getting more complicated to organize. Alright. Whew. Strange murals on the wall. The numbers, Mason. What do they mean? Answer honestly. Strange murals on the wall. Eyes and a figure that vaguely resembles Oboa. Okay. On to our thing. Okay, I came from there. I'm gonna go forward. What does that say? Should I have interacted with the mural? Hi! Wait, okay, there we go. I'm gonna put... my god. Strange writings. I don't know what they say. I'll probably have to put on my reading lenses. Okay, I can now see clearly. Strange writings on the wall. Okay. There's like an I only see like ellipses and then what look like an exclamation point and question mark. So probably lol actually wrote something on that wall and then scaled it down, so it's unintelligible. I see. I guess I'll go in. I really don't like where this is going. There's 6 dots. Should I go there? I'm back here? What the hell is going on? Oh no, this is a maze. Get me out of here. What a way to welcome me to the game. Okay, there. Thought. That's what I read. I'll capture that and then I'm sorry you guys I'm putting you guys through this music for like quite a while. I'm doing my best to do things as quickly as possible. Thought. Alright, okay. Continue on. This is the same can be seen. These kinds of writings could also be seen in. I think that's a dead end. Oh, that's new. Smudged eye. Smudged eye. That's new. Okay, that's new. That is new. That is new. I don't know if I should feel happy about it. On the bright side, new discovery. Smudged eye motif. Alright. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Oh, what are you? What? Okay. Oh. What? Did Sabitsky imprint herself on this wall? Just jump right there and frankly the ooh, nice. The image is funny, but you know, hold on. Oh no. Other strange murals. Other strange writings or other strange illustrations. More smudged writings. That is not this one right here is not. I've seen this in like the other room. This is the same writing as the other room but smudged a little bit. The one with the hill kind of looking word. Smudged writings. Is that a Sapitsky Sil? And it's silhouette. And what is it doing here? There we go. Hold on. Red. Alright. Submarine corridors. Huh. Interesting. I'm seriously hearing someone. And it's not these guys. Also... submarine world, but slowed down or pitched down, I think. Sounds like it. Yeah, okay. It sounded like footsteps. I guess I got traumatized by that Nightmare Urotsky event. Because, you know, there are like slower footsteps that could be heard. Pitch down footsteps. I don't think it's a good idea to play this game at night. Let's see. Alright. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Blub goes the bubble. So just follow the route so far. Oh dear, we're back in apartments. No. Did I perhaps go backward or something? It looks like it. Oh yeah, I'm gonna take this time to also take a picture of the NPCs around here. You're the one with the smiley face illustration. Okay, go here. Hell, prison, apartments. Gotta find them all, I guess. Oh, oops. Wait, give me a sec. Alright. Another doorway. Where does this lead? I'm back in prison. Should I follow through prison? I guess I can. No one behind these bars. Unless if I provoke them. Can't really seem to do anything, huh? Nothing of the sort either. Alright. Alright, let's see. Just continue going through. Very rusty. This area looks really rusty. There's someone just watching behind those bars. We'll take a picture of yourself, sir, if you don't mind me. I know you're not really having a pleasant time behind, but still, wait. I can also look at what they look like behind. I don't know if it's meant to be seen that way, but yeah. This is the beauty of having the secondary color be the same as the transparent color. I'll be able to see things that aren't normally that visible with larger contrast, in case I have another area that's light colored. Alright, no one in that... Oh, there's someone in that cell. Have I took a picture of you, sir? In that case, I am also going to take a picture of you without your consent as always. It's like I said back then, and I won't say it again. I think I took a picture of these guys though. Hold on. Oh, no, this one is banging on the bars, it seems. Or not really banging, or just waving. Okay, just give me a sec. There. Alright. Let's see. Guillotine. Perhaps we can explore hell a little more. Unless if I find anything here. Oh, what was that? Oh, what is that? What? I think I saw something. I'll just stay here. Someone is there. I saw. Someone is there. Another cell. There are 3 people. Are these apartment rooms by any chance? Does Sabitsky know they're actually suffering, or is this another way to Another section of hell. I don't like that big black door. Okay, that means I'm inside a cell. Oh no, what's that? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This is not a looping world. This is literally a black hallway. Oh. Sir. Sir. Are you alright? You're not. You're dead. I didn't need to ask you that, I guess. Oh, shit. Are you okay? Damn. This is a marginal type shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, let me just... You could tell she has grown leaner with that, and not really in a good way. Okay. Okay. 3 more people. Have I taken a picture of you? Are you in a different layout? Yeah, it seems like you are. I'll take your picture too. Also, the one in the middle reminds me of the form of one of the chasers in Yumetoki. Alright, let's go. Okay, I'm back here. Nope. I saw someone there. I'm gonna go back to hell, thank you. Is there perhaps a chaser in hell? Come on. I don't want that to happen. Oh no. Alright, let's see. This looks like underwater. Also, there's a hand stretching out, or at least it looks like a hand. It's barely recognizable. Okay, those are not hands. They look like sea anemones somehow. Huh. Alright. Seems like there's nothing. I'll just go eastward and then hopefully they'll bring me somewhere. Other hell areas are slightly more peaceful, for lack of a better term at the moment. Or maybe solemn at best. Not peaceful. Yumeniki's hell is solemn. Sabitsuki's hell is... well... it's like she really wants to make it clear that she does not like where she's at. So I guess there's no other entryway then. Time to go back to Star World, I guess. And then I'm just gonna be going in circles. If that's the case though, if I am actually going back in circles, then that means I'll have to wake up and save. And then I'll probably go in a different direction. Back in Submarine World. No other entry points from here. Check the west. Yeah, this would have been a little more quicker if I actually had the bike equivalent. I don't know what it is. What if I pass this way instead? Doesn't seem any different now that I'm in a different place. At least it's what it looks like. Okay. Nothing too out of the ordinary at the moment. Rock. So it's the same. Any direction does. Okay. That's going to Plant World. That's going forward to Submarine City. I don't know if I want to go back to that fucking prison again. Maybe I will. Hopefully I'll get to a new route if that's the case. I wonder if there's anywhere else I could go. Certified Yumeniki Classic. So from here, we'll enter here. I guess there's no other way, huh? Unless if I go here, then... Oh, no, never mind. Okay, time to go east. I've been there. Maybe that was a mistake. Yeah, that was a mistake. Okay, I guess it's a one-way then. Hopefully I'll find anything... hopefully I'll find something new. There. No. Okay. God, I hate mazes. Thought... Okay, I'm... What? Okay, go here. Alright, and then... Oh man... Alright, and then now we're back at submarine corridors. Is there... Okay, there's no way going left. I guess I'll just follow the way then. This seems like a one-way area, so really, there's nothing I can quite do. Okay, hold on. I am hearing things. I'm hearing things. I don't like that. I don't like that. I am hearing things. It's funny imagining a mod, a Yumeniki mod, where pressing shift will have or any key, or pressing some key will have the protagonist's sprint. I wonder if there's a door in the northwest. Ow. What? Oh, okay, there we go. Hi, finally. I'm seeing you, sir. I'll get your picture. I'll add you to my collection. Or album, I don't know. Okay. They look like neurons. I've said the same thing about a certain map in Yumetuki. Wow, this actually looks pretty. It just has sinister music for some reason. But this looks pretty, actually. What the fuck are you? No. I know what that stance is. No. I know what that stance is. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to trap me somewhere, and then I have to wake the fuck up. Well, I guess if that's all I have to deal with, then shoganai na. God, get me out of here. No wonder the music is... No. Get me out of here. Get me out. Please. Madam? What do I do? Madam? Do I have to bring you out? What did I do? Did I fuck up? Oh no, what did I do? They're coming from both directions, fuck off. Yeah. Well, yeah. Savitsky, this is no time to be swagger. You just got trapped. Oh God. No. Man. Alright. Guess I'll save. Jesus. Okay. I'm back to dreaming. I'm gonna go a different direction this time. There are stars. What does that mean? Oh yeah, I forgot about the TV. Seems the same. Okay, I'm not gonna risk it. I don't want to jump scare myself. South we go. Into plant world. I see. I've been in a plant world. Oh no, I did the wrong thing by breaking her pod sorts. That was a death sound. I don't know, I feel like killing someone here, but maybe not. Is there anything else I can interact with? What are you? Oh, I can't interact with you either. Okay, seems there's nothing else. So this is towards submarine corridor, which is... that's a bit small, don't you think? Yeah, they look like teeth. Teeth! Alright. I remember... if you remember Puella Magi Madoka Magica, there's especially the rebellion. There's a witch who had the motive of teeth falling. I don't know if that signifies anything else. Is that an omen? What is that supposed to mean? I just remember it's supposed to mean something. Something foreboding. Maybe there's nothing else I can do here. I guess I'll just go another direction. At the very least, like, around my time, so... let me just go north then. This morphic world, there is no heaven. I love that eye drawing. There is no heaven. What are you, mister? Oh my god. I'm gonna put it here, hold on. This morphic world. Plant world, I don't know where to put it. Here, perhaps. This seems like a good place to just save space. I'll put it in this color. Font size, and then this morphic. There. This morphic, and so this looks like an eyeball world equivalent. Does that mean I get a similar effect here? Hopefully I do. This looks like an effect world. At least, if that's not the case. Very looping. Hi, mister. Oh, really itchy. Wait, hold on. Ice. Hi. Nothing? Nothing in particular? Interesting. Eyeball. Fuck! Oh, fuck. I almost forgot. Okay, I looped. Okay, that's good. That means I have the chance to snip. Then there, hold on. Oh, it's not registering. Okay, there we go. Alright, there we go. Nice. Oh, should I go through there? Did that do anything? That... Oh. I guess that was a hint. Wow. Mono eye. Cyclops eye. You look similar to Nightmare Orotsky. Seems to do nothing, she just blinks. I'll keep at this at the moment. Very smooth animation. I guess this just means... body dysmorphia in general. This is dysmorphic world after all. Is there no other entryway, or... Maybe I should go back outside. I'll see what's on the eastern side. Hopefully I can find something there. And then I'll go deep enough at the very least. Let's see how long it's been. Oh! I like how... Oh, this is a... Oh, this is the equivalent to Neon World. Nice! This is Music World! Hey! Nice! Hey! I like your style. Alright, sure. Music World. I'll put it in rainbow this time. Oh yeah, I forgot to put the other NPCs here too. Music world. There we go. Autism. A lot of funky NPCs, like this one that looks like a record label icon. And this one that looks like a... I like this dude. This dude looks very cute. This guy looks like a gambling card of sorts. That one looks like an portable handheld Game Boy or something. Let's look that way. Hold on, I'm gonna get that. Jukebox, come here! There we go. Get that down. There's one that's a music note. Nah, that's really cute. Screenshot, please. Why is it not registering? Okay, there we go. Damn. Hold on, I'm gonna find a better area to screenshot. There we go. Oh god, that was close. There. Nice. Alright, let's go. They seem to have the same sound. This is building up to something. Flashing lights? What are you, sir? What are you? Actually, can I interact with them? I mean, at the very least, I can. You don't seem to be interested. Nothing much either. Oh, there's sound. How about you? You look like a neuron. Everything looks like a neuron. Record label guy. Nothing. I see. Nice. One of the more lighthearted worlds in the game. So that's where it leads to. And we're building up to something once again. You look like you guys are smoking. You're moving slower. Why are you doing that? And you guys look like spectrums. That's really nice. Hold on. There. Another one. Though this is just a decorative block, I feel like I want to document this as well. Okay. Alright. Nice. Wait. I see someone. What is that? Can't interact with it. I guess she likes to get lost in the music. And maybe should I go through these guys? Oh. Connecting tile path. Huh. Where does this lead to? I feel like I could have gotten an effect there in the music world, but I think I'll just go there before anything else. For now, I'm just going through the ropes at the moment. White room. Oh no. I don't like the implications. I'll put it down here. White room. And if you listen to the white room music, it sounds like a heart monitor, so maybe hospital related. I find DOTFLOW's OST unique in a way that it doesn't speed up, instead it just pitches up the music. Thank you. He's literally telling me, you're gonna die, bitch. Thanks. I needed that, I guess. Heart monitor NPC. We'll put that down. Hold on. Heart monitor NPC. It even looks like he has crossbones. You're gonna die. Haha. Huh. So this really is a hospital place. I'll get the mono eye out. What else do we have? Oh no, not another maze. Do I want to go to the blood room or the other blood room? What is in here? Oh no. 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 Oh no. Somehow it's like I am unlucky enough to get into bad places. Blood maze. Wow. Is this your teleport? What is this? A lot of blood elements in the game. It looks like... What? Oh, so I'm not confined to the pathway? That's good to know. Also, the pattern looks similar to the ones in Dark World. Wait, it's a little bit loud. Lower it a bit. These look like bones or something that's punctured. Okay. Time to go in, Zabitsky. Whatever this is. What? Yes. Okay. Wow. Wow. Oh yeah. I think I'm just really mesmerized by everything and I forget to document. I'm gonna just document this one, but while I still can, while I still have the mental constitution to do so. What the hell? Jesus. I should have used that for orange maze too, but I don't think I have the time for that. I always keep saying I don't have the time for that. Insides. This will be right beside. No, because it might not have any space for the rest. Because there are a couple of worlds that I forgot to enter. Jesus Christ. Sewers! We're finally in the sewers. We got a Pirori equivalent here. And unlike the other OST that we hear in game, this is a little more somber and consonant instead of dissonant. Hello, sir. That chat, look at that. I do not like the look at that. I really don't. I know what that leads to. I don't trust anything orange. I guess that's just one way to bring me to document things from the orange maze, but I'll not at the moment. I won't. Jesus Christ. Okay, back out. What is this? Looks like a bar. Oh, I didn't document this either. Sugar hole. Heh. Oh, I'll put here sugar hole. Hole. This looks like a bar. What's in here? Reception? Oh my. Hi. Nice. Whee! Looks like a corpse. Swords. Nice. Man, the old music here is just bringing me back. And we're back in the sewers. We went the other way. A peaceful place in the sewers. I did not fucking document that. I have to document that. I think this part is just unforgivable to not document. I can't seem to enter there. I'll just sit down and then screenshot. There we go. Sugar hole. This is what the place looks like. I don't know what's with that receptionist's face or waiter's face. It's unsettling somehow. I just know that's not a normal face. Up the ladder we go into Psychedelic Town. Oh. Chat, I have a feeling Savitsky's cultured. Oh! I didn't see where I was back there. Okay, let's see. Oh, this world looks promising. Let's see. Oh! Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Psychedelic Town. How do I... I'll put it down here. I don't know how to even write this down. I'll pick the very bright colors first. So there's this one. not in the normal palette. C, okay, C. No. C M Y. Okay. R. The I'm sorry, I just want to do this. It's fun if it looks this way. Blue. Psychedelic Town. It's Psychedelic Town, right? Yep, Psychedelic Town. Screenshot. It looks like this. An urban city. Quite bustling with life. Even though there's none to be found at the moment. We'll resize to 50%. Or not. I'll just leave it as is. There seemed to be space. Oh, thank God. Okay, I'll make this a bit bigger. And then I'll continue on my merry way. Oh. Wow. There's an alleyway there. Where does that lead? This sounds nice. Wow. Sheesh. Yeah. Hell yeah. Did she get high before? That's crazy. Do I get trapped when I interact with one of them? What? Okay. I'll take a picture of the residents here. Photograph the residents here. Let's see. Oh, okay, wait, you're small. No. There. Ah, fuck. No, I don't trust that. Flashing signs. Flashing lights. Not too flashing, though. Some other worlds back in Tuki hurt more. Any more residents I can note? There's this one guy too, over here. With a rainbow sort of doorway, I think. That looks like a door. Looks like I could fit in it. So does that mean I can go there and interact with the dude? Does he give an effect? What? What in the Love Hotel? Sweet sugar? Sweet sugar? Damn! Holy, okay. I'm gonna... Alright, hold on. Sweet sugar. With this kind of face. Sweet sugar section. Alright. Wow, okay, maybe I'll find a place to take a picture of. Let's see. There are doors. What's in here? Hi, miss. Screenshot. And then this is actually quite funny. Okay, 50%. There we go. This is like one of the rooms we enter. I'm actually going to take a picture of the hallway as well. Naskiel! Hi, welcome to the stream. Welcome back. Wait, hold on. There we go. Sweet sugar. Sugar kisses. DMCA. 50%. This is the hallway. This is quite a funky world, I see. Let me just go through the doors. Fuck! Sorry. Oh, hi! Yeah. Ha ha ha. I agree. Can I sleep on the bed? No. I won't sleep on the bed. Okay. Oh wait, hold on. I'm gonna drink some water. Hydration check. You visited Sweet Sugar. Oh, I got expedition points for this. That's funny. By just exploring on my own, I get to complete expeditions. Is there more? I wonder. Yumetuki. You mostly from Yumetuki, and there's one from Deep Dreams. I'm just checking. Okay. Why is this silent and that maid looks different? Okay, wait. Let me look closely at that maid. Is that a shadow over her face? When I look at the others, look, chat. Your new avatar looks like Sabi a little bit. Nice. Yeah, actually, I'm cosplaying as her at the moment. Look at this, chat. This maid and that maid are quite different. I will sit here and then I'll take a picture of that. Oh no, I have a bad feeling about this. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. Yeah. I don't feel good about that maid, chat. That maid is not giving. I'll put that down. I didn't note the other room that's pink and has a dude in it. Should I... Miss? 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 Okay. Got it. Okay. Sure. Interact with her. What's the worst that could happen? Exactly! Yeah. Okay. It looks like I haven't pressed the enter key hard enough. Whatever. If anything bad happens, I'll just wake up and probably get the worst ending possible. Yeah. Look, nothing happened. Yeah, doesn't seem to be nothing. Have you played .flow, Naskio? I like that. I guess, oh, shit! I was thinking the entire time that the maids were the ones helping the clients. So, for example, Sabitsky right here, say hi. Okay, that's her way of saying hi. Sabitsky and the other NPCs, amorphous NPCs, are like the clients, right? I thought the maid is just there to, you know, help set the room and stuff. I didn't even think to consider that the maid may also be... The maid may also be like the one actually helping out or doing the deed with you, you know? Helping in the pleasure quarters. I have, but it's been a long time since I played. But I remember that there's an event here. Maybe it's a chance event, or I have to have a certain effect. I don't know. I just don't wanna. I don't wanna risk it yet. I'm just going around. Oh, dear Lord, What are you, mister? Miss? Mister? Miss? I don't know. What are you? Holy shit. Are you okay? Oh no. But yeah, sweet sugar. There's a lot of implications that it's a sort of pleasure quarters. At least from what I'm seeing. No, that's a maid! Is that blood? Or is that a ribbon? This looks like a ribbon. Oh no. Okay. Oh no. Yeah. Did Sabitsky have any sort of experience or trauma with these pleasure quarters? Or did she perhaps it's like hearsay that she keeps hearing and she's just really paranoid about that and she feels sorry for that? I feel like I have to kill this motherfucker to get through. Yeah, you know what? You look like one of the bad guys. You look like you destroyed her mind, so I'm not gonna even give you any mercy. Yeah, that's right. Ayy, the music. Are these... Oh no. Oh no, what happened? No. Are you okay? Oh my god. Yeah, I feel like going back to that one room with the guy, with the dude, and killing him. Like, straight up. I'm not giving these bitches any mercy. Sons of bitches, sorry. Not the bitches. No. Dude, I am going to absolutely decimate you. No mercy. Get the fuck away from her. Did the maid react? Did the maid react? I think I saw her do something. Wait, hold on. What? What's going on with her? I swear I saw her. Face. Glitch a little. Huh? Well, I guess I won't see it again. I'll move on. Okay, time to go west. Or east. Oh no, not this again. Oh no, not this again. Ah, not this again. Ah, not this again! Not this again! Not this again! Fuck! Get me out of here! No! What the fuck? Not this again! I'm sorry, Savitsky, you had to go through this. Urotsky had to go through this. Where's the direction you're going? Yeah, I am. I did that before. Apparently it doesn't really work. Yeah. Hi, Kabi! Nice to see you again. What the fuck? Yeah, nothing's working. Hold on. Do it now. Yeah, I am. I'm doing it, and it's not working. Damn it. Press right then leave. Okay, hold on. Hopefully this works better now. Ah! Okay, so what you meant by leave, you mean really leave. That's what I did. It worked. Oh, yeah. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Alright. If you guys touch one of these... If you guys touch any of the maids, I am going to seriously decimate you. Girls and boys CR. Damn, which one should I take? What's happening here? Yeah, so it really is a stall of sorts. Oh. That's Sabitsky. In the mirror. That's rare. Maybe I can do that with other effects then? I'll take a picture of that. Maybe I'll do it like 50% for the other effects if it's ever okay, nothing else. So no other. Okay. Interesting. What if I use the iron pipe on it? I just break the mirror. Yeah. Okay. Nothing else it seems. Uh-huh. Okay, I'm not gonna barge in. Restroom break. How about in the boys' seat? Yeah. Okay, unlike Madotsky, she really knows that she's not allowed and she really feels she's not allowed in there. Okay, so we're back here. Alright. A lot of pleasure quarters here. I am killing every single one of y'all motherfuckers, I swear to god. Those NPCs look pretty nice. Okay, I've been there before. I wonder if there's any pathway I'm missing. Oh, I can walk over those? I didn't notice. There's no rainbow doorway in that now. Maybe it's a chance thing then. I will go through this. Rainbow maze. Oh! Hi. Hi. Are you okay? Rainbow maze. Is this a teleport maze of sorts? Where the hell am I going? Okay, maybe that way. Huh? I don't get it. Wait. Maybe there's nothing else here. Okay. No? It's called Rainbow Maze. Okay, maybe I'm missing something. Weird. Well, either way, I'm taking a picture of this. Featuring some Rainbow Maze section. We'll add it down here. Hmm. Hmm. We'll take... Okay. And then resize it 50. There we go. Got it. Don't think there's anything I could do here, maybe. Or I'm like fatally missing something. Either way, I think I'll figure it out soon. Oh, there's the door. I was wondering where it was. Thought it was a chance thing, so that was a different one that I saw. Oh, maybe you enter there. Huh. So how? And that also seems like another gateway. Maybe... Oh, no, I entered from there. What do I do then? Can't find any place to enter. Maybe... No. 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 Watering can? Doesn't seem like it. Oh, okay. Alright, there we go. Ah! 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 What a trip! Yo! Yo! What the fuck? Holy shit! Yo, okay. I think I've had enough. Alright, buddy. Right. Okay. Yeah, alright. Think that's all you can get from here. I don't know. Seems like there's nothing else at the moment. That was crazy. I'm really trying to figure out how I can get in. Maybe I should pick another shortcut other than shift. So I don't keep interacting with the effects. I guess I can do that now. But hold on, I'm gonna check. This is not really new. Oh my god, I feel like I'm missing something. Because there's already a hint there. It's called maze for a reason too. I guess I need something else for it. I don't know. Well, I guess I'll figure that out later. Unequip your... Do not make it rain! Okay. One small alleyway here. Nope. A bunch of cones. What are you, mister? Ugh. Yeah, whatever. Oh! Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Haha, haha. No, not another fucking maze. What do I do? Okay, maybe this is already going direct. Yeah. I fucking hate this place. I like the music though. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I made that noise. I don't like this place. I don't like mazes. Ugh. But I want to get to that rooftop. Ah, Jesus. Oh god. Ah, chat, I think I don't know. I feel so tempted to consult the map. I really want to get to that rooftop. But maybe if I end up elsewhere then it can't be helped. It's my first time playing the game anyways. Well, whatever. Wait. I sometimes get confused what is boundary and what is wall. This looks like a white desert variant somehow. It's just maze. You know what? I'm just gonna go through this maze. Hopefully I get somewhere at least. I'm back to where I started, I guess. Oh, not. Apparently. That looks like a bong. Yeah, I wonder if Sabitsky ever tried psychedelics before. Or maybe... I mean, I could say the same for other protagonists, honestly. I could say the same for everyone else. Literally all dreams are fucking weird unless... I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I'm mistaken. But anything can happen in a dream. Rainbow maze. I guess I'm gonna be stuck here forever. Seems like I'm going in circles. I don't know, I can just feel it. No, not this section again. Have I been there in that door before? Hopefully not. Oh, okay, this looks a little bit different. I now have hope. Yay. Oh, the music started again. I don't know if that's a good sign. I feel like that isn't. Motherfucker, I went right outside the Wait, I'm gonna check. Oh no, this is different, this is different. Wait. Or maybe there's a dead end. Oh yeah, that's a dead end. Okay, yeah, okay, fuck you. Wait, I have to check. Oh no, please. Yeah, dead end. Yeah, okay, get out of here. Let's get out of here. I can already feel my gastric acids acting up just by looking and going through this maze. I don't know if I can handle it, chat. Maybe I have to look at the map. Not have to. But if I were to get somewhere at least, then, you know, that'd be nice. Why is the music playing again? Have I been here? I don't know. It's like mixed signals all over again. God damn it. Oh, hello! Hi! Hi! Yes! Hi! Hi! Oh my gosh! Hi! Hi! Oh my god! Why would music need to only play in one area? I don't know, to indicate something. From my experience. Usually there's indications. I guess they only did this to, you know, signify that you're near something. Or like just bring variation to the maze. Usually in mazes like this, only one variant plays. Usually. Okay, I'm going backwards. Well, I'm so close. I am so close to console. Okay, I recognize that part now. The problem is, do I remember which door to take? No, I did not really memorize the doors at all. Well, at least I got one effect. Meow. Oh no. Alright, I think I've been here before. Oh. Oh. Hey. 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 Oh yeah, I'm back outside. Well... Wait, hold on. Oh, never mind. I thought it was playing... I thought the footsteps were in rhythm. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna try and get to that area with a rainbow door. I really wanna go there. I wanna. And you know what? I'm gonna do the most unspeakable thing in solo-authored fan game history. Consult the map. And it's gonna look really way more cropped than usual. So let's see, where am I? Where the hell is this? I can't tell. Oh god, I can't tell where I am. What? Is it this one? Okay, it's that one. It's that one. That goes there. Okay, I guess that means I have to go there. No, wait, that's wrong. Here we go again. Oh, okay, so I have to go southwest. Alright, I recognize that now. Hopefully being a cat can help. Even though it practically does nothing. So here... 5B, 5F, 4A, or let's see, where's the... Rainbow Hill entrance. Okay. Let's see. Cat room. I guess I'm gonna go to Rainbow Hill then. Or... Yeah, I've been to Rainbow Field. Yeah, that's literally where I came from. Now I go to this door here. All the way down here. Okay. Let's go. Wait, okay, yeah, go up. Is this it? Is this it? Yeah, yep, this is it. This is it. Oh no, wait, I think I've been to Rainbow Hill, Hill before. Well, shit. Oh, well, I'm just gonna check. Yeah, I think I've been to Rainbow Hill before. Actually. Let's see. Yeah. This place. Or this is the cat room. Okay, no, this is not the cat room. Unfortunately, nowhere else to go. Oh, wait. Maybe I need a witch effect of sorts to go through that? To go past that? I guess that's the case here. Well, it seems like I cannot really go anywhere else though from here. Well, that means I'll just wake up from here. It's quite far going back. Alright, I'll save. Okay. I think from here I'll just go back. Okay. Yay. I think the more stars there are, that actually means more. Hi. Are you teeth? Hi. You look like teeth. I'll take a picture of you. It's not too jump scary at least. Hold on. I'm trying to get the right picture. There we go. Go over here to the dream room. TV event and dream room. Looks like teeth. 10. TV event in dream room. Looks like teeth. So I'll just make this red as well. Okay. What happens if... Can I break it? Doesn't seem like I can. Okay. Understandable. There's something off. Or, I don't know, has it always been this way? Look at this. These spots of reddish brown. Red. And there's a missing something there. I don't know what that is. I'll go back to the east. Maybe I can go back to the west, but yeah. Let's see if I can find anything else here in Music World. I like this world. I like it here. If I continue going south, then perhaps I'll find... Yeah. Yep. Seems like I'm finding something new. That's a hand. That's something new. Something new at least. I'll put that down. And then I'll probably scale it to 25. Here, hold on, give me a sec. 50%. Okay. Alright. Something's reaching out from below. I don't know what that is. Hi! Hi! Hello! Yippee! Ooh! Are you a DJ? Cool. Oh, headphones. Hey. I do like listening to tones on my Audio Technica. What other retro headphones are there actually that look like? Because I did find a sort of brand that looks like Sabitski's. Oh, you look nice. He's way up there though. Seems like she likes nightclubs. There's a lot of urban nightlife in here. I don't think there's any entry that I can see here besides this one, which goes to connecting tile path. And yeah, now that I notice, hold on, wait. I don't know what that is, but this is definitely hospital imagery. That one looks like heart rate monitor. And I think that's the thing you put on the patient, like an electrode. Wait, it's cycling. Normally it's random. Hi. I don't know, I feel tempted to kill you. I'm not gonna lie. So there's nothing here. Unless... no? Okay. That's a wall for a reason. Let's try going north this time. Hopefully this goes somewhere, then west. And here. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Hi. I'm back here at Submarine World. Wow. And now I'm in... wow. Okay, that's 2 in a row. I'll take a picture of that first. Hold on. From Submarine World. Now it's kind of interconnected at this point. I'll put it here. Around here. 24. And then this is Green Electric World. Yep, green. Grim Electric World. Okay. Does this lead to some sort of FC world of sorts? We're in a computer, definitely. Hi! Haha, I captured you. Looks like a block world of sorts. What's in here? Do you have to go through that to toggle something? I don't think so. It doesn't look like it did anything. I mean, it did something for Submarine World. That was like the wilderness equivalent. Ow. Okay, I'm looping back. Oh dear, this is huge. Man, it would have been nice if I had a bike effect of sorts. So it doesn't have to be this long. There's like formations like this too. I'm using Savitsky's headphones as like a notification if ever I'm doing something. Doing an action. Okay, doesn't seem to be anything else here. Yeah, okay, I'll find a way out. I don't think there's anything here. I come here through a broken computer screen. Problem is, where is the— okay, there we go. Ask and you shall receive. Alright. Oh, oops. Hold on, give me a sec. Alright. Let's see, what else do I— oh! Oh, okay, so you can apparently go through other— I see. Okay, so what's here? Music is slowly fading out. Submarine world, and the music stops and the fish are going in the opposite direction. To where I'm walking at least. And it seems to be just one direction. Submarine village. The barracks? Hi! Hello? Okay, I'll put this down. Submarine is a city section. We also have the... oh yeah, before that, I actually took a picture of the pattern here. Don't think it has any inherent meaning at the moment. 50. And then I will also note of this for a sec. I like the music here. Very funky. Alright, city section. Then we have village section. We have city, we have village. Why call village something that's barren? Looks like there's a wall here, and... it's like a walled village, too. Hello, sir. Are you fishing or playing an instrument? Looks like he was playing an instrument, a guitar thing of sorts. You guys have swollen heads. You look like molds or spores that are about to burst open. Or perhaps you're preparing for some sort of war? That also looked like a gun. That's what I thought. Can I go in? I can go in. What is in here? Nothing. I was just intruding. Oh well. Okay. Damn it, I did not document that. What's in here? Okay. Second chance. Oh no, this one. Oh, nice music here. I like it. Village section. I should also take— I didn't take a picture of the villagers. I thought I did. What's this? Hey. Black or white, huh? Yeah, it is. It looks like it's like a mandolin looking instrument. I like your tunes, good sir. Keep playing. Okay, then I'll take a picture of those. I'll take a picture of the villagers then. There we go, we have them here. And then another one. I did not take a picture of the one in the room. At the very least I can get one of them. Oh wait, I did, actually. But he has a slightly different pose. This is the one that they just took a picture of. Alright. Let's see, anything outside the walls? Oh shit. So I'll just go around. Oh, I'm blocked. Wait, I'm gonna check if is there anything here? I don't think so. Okay, yeah, alright. Ow, 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 ow. What's actually, can I go through there and something will happen? Okay, seems like it's not it. I should take a picture of their houses as well. If I took a picture of their rooms, at the very least I could take a picture of their house too. Spatial manipulation. Okay. Looks like that's a no. Well. And that looks like... Oh, these are mats. Sorry, I stepped all over it. I like the implication that these guys are the ones making the BGM. I wholly appreciate it. Is there really nothing here? There are just 3 poles. I guess this is my second chance to document it. Yep. Whatever this is supposed to be. Empty. There's nothing else that these guys have to keep themselves alive. Probably blocks, but we can't really tell what those items are. Well, you know what they say. Dreams are kind of made from memories. Whether they'd be vague or clear is the question. So Savitsky doesn't really have any clear memory of like what these guys' lifestyle is. I feel like there's something else I could do here with a certain effect. However, at the moment I don't really feel like risking it. Okay, time to go back. Is there any offshoot area from here? Oh, cursor. Okay, nothing. Nothing as well. Yeah, okay. Yep. There's probably something down south, but I'm not gonna really bother. Oh, Jesus. Now we're back to the main area, more or less. Hopefully there's something down there too. Nope. Maybe something in the city section? And if none... oh well. There is a lot of distance between worlds here, especially if you don't really know where the bike effect is. I guess this is what it feels like playing Yumeniki completely blind. Man, it would have been nice. I've been there too. Seems like this is like a one-way maze too. Should I go in there? Hold on. Have I already went in? Oh, I did. I think it doesn't really matter. Oh, I hate this. This goes to prison, if I remember correctly. Oh, wait, no. Which way was it again? Was it left or right? Hold on, we'll check. Oh, no, yeah, okay. Then here. Oh, come on! Oh well. God, I thought... It's funny because I went through this maze once and never again. Actually, let me check. Is there any other entryway to other... Okay, there seems to be none. G... H... No... Okay, wait, hold on. Here... Nothing else. Here... Oh god. D... Okay, here. I'll go there. I was going to... Okay, that's a shorter way at least. There... Then to... Okay. Then... Why is this called a city? And I'm back here. Ah. Oh dear. When you really play a game like Yumeniki, my experience with Yumeniki is like super different because I get to be aware that there's a method, you know, or how to get that method of going quickly through different areas and whatnot. For DOTFLOW, I'm going in completely blind, and even though I do refer to the map from time to time, I'm going in completely blind, and I don't know where to get the witch effect, so now it just becomes so slow. Well, I'm back at the apartment, at least. I don't know if I want to go back to the prison. God, this can really get frustrating. I guess it's why, you know, sometimes games like these aren't really popular. They look like skeleton, yeah. Are they what they're supposed to be? Where is this going again? Oh shit! Okay, this is the orange maze. That guy was going faster. He was having the witch effect of sorts. I saw it. I was able to get a glimpse of it easily. Where did he get that effect? I'd really love to have something like that soon. Man. Well, I guess I'm just gonna hopefully I'll try to reach some other place. If I get caught again, you know what that means. Wake up, Yay. And do your best to avoid those chasers. I really hate this area because every single time I just get cornered. Hopefully I reach that in time. Please. Thank God. Oh. Okay, I haven't been here before. Good. Wetland. Nice. That was my second chance to document the orange world. I did not again. Well, anyway, I didn't document inside either when I should have. So where's prison? Apartments? Orange. I'll just put orange here in advance. Okay, orange maze. Then this one is wetlands. I'll probably place it here below hell. This one will get this kind of color, although this is already for submarine. So I guess something like, I don't know, this will do? Okay, let's just pick that one. Wetlands. Welcome to wetlands. Hopefully this is the place. This looks like the place where I can get it. There's a plant here that goes to plant world, I reckon. Oh no, it's a teleporter. And this world is full of plants. I'll take a picture of this area and then put it in. And the note about the plants from plant world. Fuck. Plants acting as teleporters. Okay. Alright. Go. Proceed. Proceed. Yes. Proceed. I thought I was trapped for a sec. Hopefully this isn't a teleport maze of sorts. If this is, then... well. It's a rite of passage for any Yumeniki game, really. Okay, seems like a one-way thing. Fortunately, I was scared. Hopefully I'm not going in oh, what's that? Oh, I'm back in a plant world sort of thing. I think this is going to plant world then? You know what that means. Go back. And I end up someplace else. Or not. What did that do? What did that do? Usually it would do something. Do I? Maybe not. Huh. Yeah, it seems like I could do nothing else with that one. Oh dear. So what does that lead to? Where was I? What was I supposed to do? Did it unlock something far off? Okay, wait, hold on. I'll check then. Or not. Welcome to Flower World. Holy shit. Okay, so I just had to interact with the flowers then outside. Wait, I'm gonna remove the water for a while. Okay, good. So, welcome to Flower World. I will code this in purple. Flower World. And then this is what the area looks like. We'll put that at... Oh, it's not completely black. Oh, yeah, okay, it wasn't. 50. Or 75 will do. It looks a little jagged though whenever I make that size. Okay. I wonder what's here. I have the watering can with me and the tooth NPCs from Plant World. Should I interact with that flower? That's a no. There's a Rafflesia. I'll take a picture of that. Sorry. Damn. Rafflesia. 75. Yeah, I'll just put things at 75 from here. Because that's already a lower boundary. I'll just try to make this a little. You know, if I did that, I could have just heightened the lowered the lower boundary like before. Rafflesia. The stinky flower. Although that's... Is Rafflesia spelled with a double S or a double F? Forgot. I'll just spell it this way. I remember like Rafflesias are supposed to like spelled or not spelled. No, they're supposed to like smell like corpses. So I guess that's the gist of it. And we have another entryway. Let's see where this leads. Plant corridors, huh? Oh. Okay, wait, I'm gonna turn off the rain here. There's different kinds of rain you can get from here. Flower. Oh, that was an expedition. Good to know. I'm completing expeditions without the witch effect. Oh god, the isometry in this world is so weird. I guess this is another maze then. Well, hopefully I get somewhere. Did I loop? Nope. I guess not. Or did I... Okay, it doesn't seem like a circle, but... Hi. Hello. Can I speak with you, miss? I guess not. What is beyond that door, for example? Nothing. Can I... Oh! Oh, I thought you... Wait. I thought her eyes appeared only when I equipped the iron pipe. No, I was wrong. Oh no. Foreboding color change. What is that supposed to be? Ah yes. Someone with botanophobia can relate. Oh. 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 Okay. Are we back into insides or hell? Footprint path. Oh, wait, no, wrong way. Hi. Footprint path. Not really the equivalent to the footprint path of Yumeniki, but still. Oh, I see. What's there? Wait, I saw something. Oh, that's the entrance. Huh, this is a small world then. So if I go here, then I'm just looping back. Is that it? Or no, maybe this is a wide world. Oh, not apparently. Oh, where do I go then? Is this a trap? Am I supposed to... Oh, let me guess. I have to kill that NPC in order to get somewhere. Oh dear. What do I do? We'll just have to check. Hopefully... Just checking every corner before I could start to... Before I could do anything else. Or maybe I have to go down. Is that the same? What is that? Ah! Oh, okay. Oh, I found it. Well, thank God. I guess I got somewhere. Ah, I see. Oh, another one. So like... Oh yeah. Yeah, this is... Okay, this is really footprint path equivalent. So this thing is a... unified being of sorts, of fungus of... Oh, shit. Not today, Satan. Oh, thank God. I guess I'm back there. Here, there, wherever this is. Is this a different... Okay, I don't think this is a different world. Okay. Run for your life. Let's see if we get somewhere with this. Fuck. Get away from me. Not today. Not today. Oh shit. God. Damn it. God damn it! Wow! Okay. Damn! I see. So that was a... mask tile thing equivalent. I don't know what... I forgot what that world is called, but... That's a world. That's a world. The one where there's like a hungry ass Toriningen out to get you. If that's the case though, then that means there must be somewhere there must be something like inside. Well, you know what they say, run for your fucking life. Just keep on running and find anything you find any find nothing. What the hell? Okay, then I guess I'll find some other pathway. This is like the Shadow Lady all over again. Except the Shadow Lady was like designed for bike players. That was really funny, honestly. And this looks familiar. Oh, Big Red. This looks familiar. This is footprint path still. I didn't really document anything here, actually. Now that I think of it. This is orange. Where's this going? This is something like psychedelic world or another rainbow maze. Oh, hopefully this is going towards that. Not this thing again. Not this shit again. Not this shit again. Not this shit again. Oh, not this shit again. Let's just go to Rainbow Field. No, I can't. I really can't. Okay. Well, hopefully I find something new in there at least. If not, then I'll have to gather more effects for that. I feel like cheating just to get the witch effect. I don't care what it takes. As long as I could just go faster. You know what? I'm gonna fucking do it. And that's the only effect that I'll ever use. Oh wait, hold on. This is new. This is new. Hopefully this is new. Oh? Or is this looping back? Oh yeah, this is looping back. Okay, never mind then. Where's this going? Or is this like nowhere? You can go nowhere with this one. What do I do? Oh. Oh, it seems like you can't go anywhere. Is this a one-way thing then? Oh, that sucks. That sucks, actually. Damn. Do you want a hint instead? Do I have to loop the world a certain number of times, or... Hold on. Because this feels like I have to loop the world a certain amount of times, and then something crazy will happen, or I don't know. Or... I don't know, it just looks like that. For the speed effect. Force... Get an effect for speed. Actually, yeah. You know, that can help. Because at this point, I'm at the point where I'm like, I feel like cheating just to get that effect. I thought you were talking about this world in particular, or this pathway. That would have been nice. That would be nice, honestly. I'll see what you'll say first, and then I'll try to get to that direction. If it's too far to go back now, then I'll have to wake up. The world to go isn't obvious. Are you saying I should look at the odd one out among these guys? Oh no. Or maybe something in the wall instead? I could go through that somehow. Huh. The starting point is where you get the iron... The starting point is where you got the iron pipe. I see. So west then. That's simple. Okay. For the speed effect. So I'll have to go west then. Actually, you know, I'll just start all over. That's for the speed, right, Naskio? Ow. Wait, actually this hurts. Ow, ow, ow. Yes. Alright, got it. I don't have the Nexus return effect yet, so I'll have to wake up. At the very least, I can save. Okay. Let's go. Alright. So go west. Oh, shit! Oh! Oh, shit! Whoa! 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 Should I I'll just document this. I don't think I've documented the entrance before, which kind of sucks, but hey, what can I do? Holy fuck, that actually scared me. Why is it white? Everything went white looking. Holy shit. Okay, I did not take a picture of the entrance, unfortunately, so hold on. Hi, Maz. Damn! Okay, I'm going to just put a 50 here. This guy is saying hi. Hello. Iron pipe effect. Okay, I don't know where to place this. Hold on, give me a sec. I'll just put it here. Yeah. Alright, to the west I go. Hello, Maz. Alright, let's go. Starting point is where I got the iron pipe. So this world, utility pole world. Can I kill these guys? I can. Alright. Maybe I have to interact with a few things that aren't too obvious before I can even attempt. And if anything looks familiar, I'll try to avoid it as much as possible. However, yeah. I've been there before. Let me just check. This is... Is it this way? Hopefully it is this way. Oh god. No. No. Ugh. I hope I'm going the right way. I hope I am. I hope I'm going the right way. Am I? Oh, for the love of God. Oh, hi. I can't move it anymore. But easy. No, this isn't the right way. I don't know. I don't think this is the right way. God. Oh, I like the detail of the... I like the detail of the footprints being imprinting in the snow. Snow World. Yeah, I don't know if I want to even bother documenting this. Oh man. You know what? If I am actually going the wrong way, then well, fuck it. I don't know what to do. Hello. Dress. Thanks. I got a dress. Yay! Wow! Goth. So real. I am just gonna suffer in style instead. Morning dress. I see. Oh yeah, right. Right, actually. You have a point. Morning dress. Actually... Oh, where's this? Something about death. Yeah, that makes sense though. There's a lot of themes about death in this game. I mean, so is Humaniki. There's also okay, that's also recurring. That rust-like figure, fungus-looking thing. What is that? I can't interact with it at the moment. Disposal. Wow. Is this... Hi! Mister. Mister, I don't know what you are. Bathtub. Bathtub. These oil drums are giving me a DOTFLOW flashbacks. I don't know how to feel about it. Oh shit! What's up here? Deterioration. The music here's nice. A lot of rust-colored things in here. Okay, this looks nice. Hi! Hello! She's smoking. Wow. Wait, can I go in this room? Room? Eh? Hi! Oh, are you okay? Can't break it. Yeah. Oh, I love this song! Wow. Wait. She's shaking her head. She's saying, no, don't. Don't even bother. I think that's what they're saying. Oh, wow. I think it hits different that you don't immediately go, or maybe not. That's me! Wait a fucking minute! Are those medicine? Or is that... Oh my, is this like memories or something? And what is this? I can't see. I can't see myself. Huh? Where am I? Okay. Damn. Wait, what was in the first room? Okay, I think this one I'm going to actually document. This one is, okay. Rooms in deterioration. I'll put it here on this side. This becomes like a subsection of its own. It's weird that deterioration has blue in it instead of... I'll put it in like full blue. 24 rooms in deterioration. This one. I feel like this is birth. Yeah, this seems like birth. It can't really be anything else. But more importantly, probably she didn't really like herself. Also, it's quite remarkable how you open a door, or maybe that's just it loading. She's telling her not to go in. Oh my god. That's a younger Savitsky. That I'm pretty sure of. Because the way these rooms are sequenced seem to like be a sequence of events. Oh my god. And that seems to be medicine. The last room is just ringing in the ears and nothing. A complete darkness. It's probably just dark in there, so I can't really tell. I might find something if I have a lantern effect, otherwise it'll just be this. There'll be nothing. At the moment, I can't really look into it. And this person right here. I want to compare her with the NPC we saw inside the room. Maybe the rooms are tinted blue, that's the thing, but we look at this. They look similar. Are they the same person? Could that be a sibling or the mother? She doesn't seem to respond either. It's depressing. Huh. So there's nothing else here. I guess I should go back down to progress. I'm back in disposal. Now other room. So we can just leave. Excuse me. There's that same NPC there. A couple of them, in fact. There are more human NPCs in this game. Like actual people in this game. Unlike the original where they're more inhuman. Oh, Jesus Christ! Hey! Aren't you worried about your mate there? Whoa, what happened? His head got blown off! What the fuck? Damn, they are not okay! I can't go in there for some reason. I mean, it's high up, not like I can expect to climb there, necessarily. Oh shit! What's there? Oh no, I can't see what's going on there. Oh dear. Okay, there's something here. Where does this lead me? Ah! Hello? You look like a machete. I don't know what you are. What's that on your head? What's here? Are you okay? And what's this? Wait, hold on. What do you do here? Is this to hide or something? It's like an invisibility effect. I don't know. Or no. I can't really be too sure. What practical use does this have? I love the animation in this game. Okay, so nothing else so far there. Guess I got into a dead end at the moment. Alright, let's see. What else can I find here? Oh, have I been here already? Yeah, I did. Okay, maybe this isn't the place then. How about this one? All that's saying is that has a that's a plant from Plant World, definitely. Alright, what else do we have here? Another door. Can't go in. There's something else there. Fuck. Up or down? Damn it. Down, I guess. That's a heart. That looks like a heart shape. What are you? Hold on. What effect, I wonder? First, let's try this out. Wait. I don't know what this has. That scared me. Holy shit. Oh my god, okay, I don't want to watch. No. 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 I'm sorry, man. I know I vibed with you. I know. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Oh, they were homie. I was just curious. No. I am so sorry. Will he come back when I wake up the next time? Is it dead forever? Oh wait, look, there's an XD there. 4231. 97920. I don't know what those numbers mean, but I'm gonna document that anyway. That's in apartments. I'll just put that in. Apartments. No more space. Great. Man, I feel bad. I feel so bad for hitting the eye. I am so sorry. No. Okay. Let's just... Okay, I'm gonna put here apartments part 2. Hopefully that will work. Apartments part 2. Font 24. Apartments part 2. Yeah, it's really disorganized. Hold on. There. I'm just gonna take note of that. Hi! What are you? Doesn't seem to be anything at the moment. Okay. Sure. Oh, hi. Wow. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? No. Get me back. I like the music here. Neon tiles path. Looking. Resemblance. Oh shit! Shit. 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 Yeah, you know what? From now on, I'm gonna equip the headphones so I don't just stop whenever I try to change my expression. Okay, fuck it. No. Run! Fuck. No. Bed. Bed. Oh. What's going on here? FC World? Shit! Finally! Oh. Oh. Fuck! Fuck! Oh my god. Oh god. Holy shit. Oh, okay. I'm gonna screenshot this. Famicom World. Oh my god. Peace, I guess. Yay, peace. Maybe. I'll color this yellow. Famicom World. We'll put that at 50. Okay. Alright, back to business. What do my other effects look like? Cute. Iron pipe. Okay. That's cute. Alright. I'll go back. We'll go back to business. FC house. Nice. Hi! Yay! Yes! I am so waking up after this. Fuck. Yes! Oh my god. Yes! Yay! Oh my god! Oh yes! Okay, I'm so happy. Oh, finally. Fucking finally. Oh. Yes. Speed. Finally. Speed. Oh my fucking god. I feel so free. Alright, time to get out of here. Wait, is it just me or... Hold on. Is it just me or is the broom effect faster than... Or is it just the same speed? Oh, hi! Good luck! Jan and Jul. What's here? I know the chaser's here. You're not gonna get me, bitch. Haha! I feel so fucking powerful. Looks like a hell teleport. Fuck. You know what? I'm just gonna wake up anyways. Double speed, same as bike. I see. Reverse apartments. Why is the 4231 not reversed, huh? If this is reversed apartments, then why isn't it reversed, huh? I'm just kidding. Reverse apartments. Don't put it here, and cat, put it here. I should have documented the witch now that I think about it. Yes! I am so happy. I finally got speed. That sounds wrong. Okay. Alright, let's see what we got here. Actually, what's in the basement first? I now feel more liberated to go through different parts. Hi! Are you danger? No! Hi! You're not danger. Oh, give me some. Oh, okay. Goodbye. I like how he just dropped in. Oh, that's cute. Hi. I swear. Okay, this one is blocked off. Okay, got it. Hold on, can I? Oh, you can do it anytime. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, now this one, I'll actually enter deep into the apartments here. Still reversed apartments though. I remember this leading to somewhere else. There's more than one. Okay. Oh, there is. Sugar Hole. I'm back here in Sugar Hole. Hi, what are you? No one, I guess. You look like a trash bin. No offense. Hi! Let me tootsie back. Let's go! Yes! Nice. I like that. It was like, sup, mate. Oh! Finally got to be in the other side. How are you doing? He's just like, hi. Okay, maybe not, but yeah. Hi, what's up? Okay, wait, hold on. Oh, that's so nice! I actually like that. I love that so much. I don't know. I'm just vibing with them. Oh my god. Okay, let's see. Seems to be nothing else, and... Aw. I'll keep vibing with the maids. I love them. Or maybe... going there has something? Oh, it does. Where the fuck am I? This is still Sugar Hole? What? I am... What is this door? That is my door. Oh, is that a Guillotine World reference? Hole. This is just hole. 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 Okay. What's this? Alright. Hospital. Oh, finally, I'm in the hospital. That's the whole tone scale I'm hearing. There's a blood arrow telling me to go in. I shall follow like a horror protagonist. Hi. Hello. Nurse. Who is this dude? I won't. Don't worry, dude. It was just a prank. It's just a prank. It's just a prank. Nanchate. It's just a prank. Okay, let's see. Oh shit. Oh god. You guys okay? Well, you seem to be like army people. Interesting. There's like a full-on agency here. Damn. That's actually quite badass. Hi! Who are you? Wait. I don't want- no, definitely not. Hi, what are you supposed to- who are you supposed to be? You seem friendly. I won't touch you. I won't kill you, that means. Or do anything. There are two beds here, okay. What's here? Hi! Who are you? Oh! Are those prosthetics? Yeah! Wait. I'll document this. So it really is prosthetics. Okay, let me get that real quick. Let me get that done real quick. Hospital. It'll be in this... yeah, okay. Actually, no, not here. Let's see. What... I can probably do it there then. That's the case. It makes sense to have it here, right? Yeah, I'll just go with that one then. Hospital. And then I'll place here machine effect is actually prosthetics. It, or at least resembles prosthetics. Actually / resembles. There we go. Hi. Okay, back to my room I go. Alright, what else do we have here? No. Okay, no one here. So that means the only way now is... I swear to God, what are you guys doing here? I feel like I should kill this guy, but before that I'm gonna just proceed, you know. I'm not gonna do anything at the moment. To this black door we go. What are these? These are corpses. Corpses. These are corpses. I'll take a picture of this one. 50. Huh. Okay, there we go. Corpses. Whew. Alright. Wait, hold on. Okay, there we go. Alright. What's this? Nothing seems. Nothing. Man, having the broom feels so convenient. It's especially very satisfying, like when you have been walking the entire game not knowing how to go faster. I see. What is this? Backward. Get it? Backwards? I don't know. Are they naked? What? What's going on here? What are they supposed to be? I don't know if I should document that. What's this? There's like slowly blood coming out. Oh shit. Oh, those are IV bags. Okay. I thought that was something else. Oh, wow. That was... Oh, someone has died in this elevator, but... This is a violent elevator. Oh, okay. Oh, shit. What is this? I see. I see. Oh my. Oh my God. What in the hell is this? Oh my God. Oh God. Oh Jesus. Oh Christ. Almighty. What am I seeing? Are y'all okay? They look similar to Savitsky in a way, yeah. Those other NPCs back there too. Their hair is slowly turning white. Could it be the could it be similar with Savitsky? Are you trying to kill these people? Is this containment measures? And slower. Who are you? What are you? What am I supposed to do? Let me guess. Iron pipe? I don't know if I should. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. No, I don't want to risk killing major NPCs at the moment. I don't know. I'm sorry. Oh, I can't? What am I supposed to do then? Oh, okay. There doesn't seem to be anything here. Okay. Nothing. Maybe it's you. I have iron pipe, right? Oh yeah, I do. Okay, I don't think I can kill anyone here. Oh, okay, yeah. Doesn't seem to be anything I can do at the moment, I think. Purely for exposition. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna document that world real quick. Backwards. Parade ward. Why is it called parade ward? Parade ward. K24. Parade. Parade ward section. Just to make things a little more. Okay. Screenshot. This is what it looks like. This is what I'm seeing. Just this room. The word parade was written on the elevator you took. Really? Oh, I didn't see that. I don't know why. How could I miss that? I didn't see that, honestly. What's this then? Illusionary corridors. Oh, I'm back here, and now with more people with the same disease, it seems. They seem to have plants. Do plants have a correlation with this? Oh. Yeah, see guys? This is why... Okay, I'm not gonna use that as a justification. Broken heart monitors, that's what it seems like. What is this? Where does this go? Oh, shit. Hello. Flower menu. I wonder how I can change the menu then. If that's the case. I don't know if I want to change to the flower menu after seeing this association, but go off, I guess. Let's see, anywhere else? Yeah, I'll just go forward. Illusionary. Interesting how this is called illusionary corridors. We also have the plants around here from Plant World. Really recurring, a lot of recurring elements in the game. Oh, wow, that sound. Go forward. Huh. Sunset. Why is it called sunset? Oh. This looks visually appealing and yet... Oh my god. I guess... Okay, I'll just call... I'll also... Sunset portion. Sunset. Blood puddles, yeah. Blood puddles. They look like blood puddles. Oh my god. Sunset section. Screenshot. Oh my god. Are they just showing a reflection of an apocalyptic sky? That's also a good point, because if you look at the parallax you see on the puddles can mean both things, right? That can mean either apocalyptic or no, that can mean either the apocalypse sky, sort of the red sky, or the Yuminiki puddle world seems to reflect the moonlit sky. Yeah. So it could be similar here, or they could be blood puddles. It's like a double entendre, a visual double entendre of sorts. If you think about it. It's interesting. Oh my god. These children are surrounding this girl. Oh my god, I don't like the look of that. I don't like the look of that. I feel like I am mocking this NPC by turning into corpse. I was just curious. But it could also be a peek at the world below. Yeah, if you take the parallaxing, like literally. I don't know if this is the part. Did I went through here? Oh, I did. Okay, let's see. These are the children with the disease. I forgot there's a entry world I saw. I just missed it. I was so busy looking everywhere else. The world below is interesting correlation. Also, probably, yeah. The elevator may be... There's a lot of elevators in this game. It could be Savitsky's trauma with elevators, perhaps, or it's just more hospital imagery. Past. Parade ward past. Past. Why is it called past? Maybe because they haven't been dead yet? Oh god. What's in here? Oh, okay. No one here yet. I can sleep on this bed. I feel like this is a chance thing, but I think that just says that could be me on that bed or something. Screenshot. Holy shit, what's going on here? Okay, wait, hold on. I'm gonna put it here. Sunset section. Very, very disorganized. I deeply apologize. I'll put it below Green Electric World. Parade ward. Past. And then section. There's something like the way you can sleep on the bed, the same bed that she slept on, is saying something like that could be you or something. And the fact that Urotsky, so Savitsky has white hair like them too. Oh shit. You can sleep on the bed the white-haired girl also slept on in the current version. This could be you. Probably. Something like that. Okay. Damn. I'm sorry. The way... Look, it's that corpse we saw earlier. I couldn't kill the girl in the other room, but can I... I'm sorry. Okay, I can't. I can't. It's just somehow something like exposition or something. Oh my god. Alright, so that means I'm going back, I suppose. I guess this is all one way? It looks like it. I don't know if it is. Where does this go? I think going back to Sunset. I don't know if there's anywhere else I can go. They're all going in one direction. It's creepy. The music in DOTFLOW is simple, but it really matches the tone very well. Horrifyingly well, even. I mean, it's the same as in Yumeniki. However, yeah, and here it's quite different. If you haven't figured that out from Kituki, but best to not slay unique NPCs if you care about their fate. I have a question, Kabi. That eye from earlier. I hit it. Does that... Would that mean something? Was that a unique NPC? Oh god, what have I done? I felt so bad. The eye, yeah, the eye. I hit it with the iron pipe. I killed it. Did I? Was that a unique NPC? Did I do something wrong? I was curious. I thought that would go somewhere. I think it comes back, I'm not sure. That one doesn't matter. Oh, okay. Oh, I mean... Okay, that's good. That's good to know. Oh. What is that? Alright. Okay. Alright. So... from here then. Oh! Plant. Plant. Oh! Oh shit! Oh. Ugh! Oh my god! I see. It's like these plants are the source somehow of the entire fuck up. Wait, I have to turn off something real quick. Hold on, hold on. Okay, there we go. It's getting really cold here. Okay. Nice. We're back online. It's always like this early in the morning. There's always a Wi-Fi interruption. Yep. Of course that happens. Anyway. Now that we're back, let's get back to business. Looks like there's nothing else I can go from here, so let's just keep going. Let's see, okay. I already got 13 effects. That's actually a lot for my first playthrough. When I think about it. Alright, so... let's see where else I can go. I think I've already been here. Oh yeah, I have. Or maybe not. Wait, I'm gonna check. Yeah, I've been here. Alright. Let's see, how about here? Or is this looping? Oh, okay. So how about this? What's this world go? It's silent. What? Chat, I don't know what to feel about this. Hi, nurse. I met you somewhere. What are you doing out here? Checking the plants? It's a small looping world. Is there anywhere else that can happen here? That's where I started, I think. Or not. Yeah, I think that is. I see. Oh, that's a one-way. Okay. Wait, can I see how he walks? She? I don't know. Face forward. Oh god, they're limping. Okay, hold on. Ow. Alright. Let's see. Can you actually finish DOTFLOW in one sitting? I'm curious about that. Maybe not. I doubt. Back in the footprint path again. Seems to be nothing else. That seems to be nothing unless... Have I been here before? Oh yeah, I did. Okay, so that means... let me try going north. Oh wait, I've been here. Oh yeah, this is to Rainbow Maze. Yep. I want to visit that thing from Psychedelic City. Towny, yes, I don't know. Oh god, where did I go again? Yeah, I'm just gonna check. I can't really memorize where I went. Rainbow Field. Yeah, I should have gone there actually. So let me just go back actually. Alright. Going back. I'll go to Rainbow Fields. The way through there isn't obvious, as Nask said earlier. Wait! If I have the broom effect, that means I can also fly through the hill, but oh yeah, first I'll just check the fields. Welcome to the rice fields. At least this is part of the Rainbow Maze, so I can't really be sure. Otherwise... yeah, I can't really figure this out either. But I guess I'll just start with the more obvious. I'll start with the more obvious. Like a pussy. Oh, I'm back in Psychedelic Town. Wait, no, never. What? Huh? Oh! 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 Oh, shit! Okay, okay, that was going back. Okay, I get it now. Okay, okay, okay. Alright. Back to business we go. Alright. Well, let's go to Rainbow Hill then. So after this door, I'm here. We'll go up there and then... So throttle right up the glove. That sounds wrong. Then right here. Okay. Then to Rainbow Hill we go. Hopefully this goes somewhere. Yeah. I think it's just flying event though. Ah. Yeah. Flying events, guys. Oh! Hello! What are you? Wait, I'm gonna take a picture of this. Oh no. I'll make a big room for it. The music is cute. Let's see who else I'll come across here. Hopefully it's that door towards, there seems to be nothing else from the Rainbow Maze anyways. I'll just see where this takes me. At the moment, let's just chill. I like how we literally just went from hospital and seeing all that disturbing imagery. I'm pretty sure Sabitsky would have needed a hit by then. So this really makes a lot of sense, I think. It's just funny to think about. Shinsoku Dash. Oh my god, my scapula. Oh, it's throbbing. What the hell? It's like spasms going on. Oh, fuck. Wow. Wow, okay. That's the first time I ever felt a spasm. Like, with my hand. Huh. Wow. That's new. It's like something's wriggling. This song sounds like it's been slowed down. Can I go back using the Z button? But I don't know though. Seems to be nothing else here. Just a bunch of these rainbow NPCs here. No sound. Oh, we're back. I guess there's nothing here. Hold on, can I? It's funny because in the original Yuminiki you can actually go back to the rooftop using Z. In here you can't. I'm pressing Z right now. Oh! 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 There's a lot of them! Oh! Oh! いっぱいある! いっぱいある! たくさんある! やばい、やばい。たくさんある。ちょっと。 やば。今が。Wow, holy shit. That scared the Asian out of me. Okay. Seems like there's nothing else here. I just got a barrage of NPCs. That was amazing. I don't know what happens here. I feel like pressing shift, but I don't know. Something might happen. I might wake up from that. But I don't know. That barrage of NPCs is just giving me hope somehow. I feel like something else happens here. Well, if there's nothing... well, 仕方ないね. Oh, wait, I can exit. I thought you couldn't. So wait, that was just it? Aww. I mean, I'm happy that happened, but... where's the door? The door that shuts just before... Oh, shit. I know that door shuts just... wait, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna go back to Rainbow Fields. You know what? I feel like there's more to it. Let's see. Oh, no, Rainbow Maze is going to... so it seems like there's really nothing. Oh, yay! Got a new silver badge! Yay! That click is like a sign. So now I'm back in Psychedelic Town. Is the only way from Rainbow Fields Psychedelic Town? Is there nothing else I can do? Hi, bitches. I'm back with a... no. Broom. I'm gonna kill all of you motherfuckers for fucking up my girl. Absolutely. I'm gonna do it. Like, you're not gonna stop me. Hi. Just because. Let's see. This one? This one? They seem to be different from the normal maids I saw. Speaking of those maids, they are actually wearing gas masks. I love them. It was a great vibe when I bowed with them. Seems like there's nothing else. You need cheering up? You need a diving helmet? You need a mercy kill? I know what you guys are going through. I don't know. Do I want to? Actually, no. I'd rather not. You got this, girl. That's all I can say. I'm sorry. I can't bring myself to do it. Damn. Get the fuck out of my way. I like that the death sound is pretty quick, actually. So there's really nothing else here at the moment. However, for this one, it's a little... God. Still can't get over this. I don't know, I just don't know what else to do here. And I absolutely do not know the way to that rainbow road right there. Yeah, that's right. Don't worry, girl. I know your business is gonna get bankrupt, but at least you don't deal with those fuckers. Okay, I've been here already, I've been here a couple of times. My reflection is still the same. How do I get up there? That's a rainbow. That's literally a rainbow maze door. What do I do? Those like NPCs on the rooftops, they look like transmitters of sorts. Not describe it. Maybe okay. There seems to be nothing else here. Oh, aside from this one, of course. Only this one, and this is the Aztec Rave Monkey-like event where you activate it using the watering can. Okay, there seems to be nothing else here. It's so sad because this is the rainbow maze. This is the rainbow maze, and yet there's nothing here. Nothing else here, at least. Point elsewhere. So, okay, let's go back. Maybe I have to go further back. Because I haven't seen any sort of sign. Or else, yeah, we're going like further back. This is to prison? Forgot. This is sewers, okay. I wonder how Sugarhole's doing. Yes. Just wanted to greet her. Based. Alright. There's probably something more here. Oh. Oh, there is. I hope I... Dead end. Frustrating. Okay, what else do we have? I guess the way to Orange Maze would be the way to go. Yeah, let's go. Well, of course, Orange Maze. Now I'm not as scared because I have a broom. I'm not afraid to use it. What's here? Is this the apartment building? Yeah, okay, this is submarine corridors, actually. Oh wait, how is that submarine corridors? Is that... It looked like the apartments. I don't know. I remember it being called apartments, or maybe I'm mistaken. Well, I guess I'll remember when I look at the archive. This is going to wetlands? No? Let's go back. Let's see. No. Come here. Come here. Haha. I got you. Or maybe I'm God. I don't know. Yeah, no. Lol. Hi! Hi! I'm sorry for what I did to you. I shouldn't have done that. I'm not gonna iron pipe you again. That was shitty. I'm not gonna iron pipe you again. I was curious. I thought I could break you free. No. That was stupid. Really stupid of me. Okay. Yeah, sure. Alright. Submarine corridors. Yeah, okay. Sure. That is submarine corridors then. I swore these were apartments. Well, actually, you know, let's go back there. This is to submarine corridors, was it? Or yeah, prison, okay. I remember I saw someone. I can now run faster than them, so it doesn't really matter to me. There's the guillotine into hell. Let's see. Yeah, there's a shadow here. I saw him. He freaked me out the first time I saw him. Let's see. Now with my broom, I can now extensively scour the area for any new information. Is this looping? This is okay, this is looping. That's a yes. Is there any place that I haven't been to before? I've definitely been there. Not gonna go there again unless I'm going to find something really deep. Have I went this direction? I don't think so. These look pretty new to me. Let's see. Now that I think of it, that looks like Savitsky. A bit like her. I don't know. That's just my eyes. Maybe that's not her. Maybe my eyes have grown too tired to even comprehend if that was Savitsky or not. Well, actually, let me just visit hell. Let me visit hell and let's see if I missed anything other than the fisherman. If I did, well, good thing. That means new discoveries. Because that fisherman is going to Star World. Anything else? Let's see. Here in Kiki's delivery service, we will deliver depression. Am I supposed to go through something here? I feel like this is supposed to have something. I just don't know exactly what in particular. I guess you need a certain effect to see it, but I don't know. Glasses. No. This ain't Yumetuki. The world isn't as kind in there. Or in here, rather. I mean, that's not saying Yumetuki is a kind world either. It's frankly a bit disturbing. In here, at least Savitsky is pretty much a little bit more honest with her suffering to herself. Urotsuki is more of like, are you on something? Yeah. I don't know if there's anything else. That little islet right there that I'm looking at, there, looks like something that a chaser would trap you in. I'm pretty sure that's what will happen to me. Also, the chasers took me to an area called the Orange Library. I think I should also aim to go there. But first, let me visit Star World. world. Now with my broom, I'll be able to traverse through looping worlds a little bit easier. This is where I got my machine effect. So let's see if I can find something else here besides that. Otherwise, this is just a big looping room. I thought you can enter it from... I thought like it'll be a bit different if you enter it from the other side. Alright. There seems to be nothing in particular here. Doesn't seem like it. I only got the machine effect from here. So what is this supposed to mean? Why is the machine effect in this room in particular? Does it have to do with, like, literally she's dreaming to reach beyond her limits or something with her condition? I don't know. Also, I'm skipping that over for now because so far that's the only thing I could find. I'm now back in submarine world. Hopefully there's more that I can find here now. Doesn't seem like it. There's a candle there. Now with my prior experience in submarine world, candles will usually tell or hint that something is kind of there or passable because of what happened with the last one, though that's not really necessarily the case, as you can see here. There's another candle back there. Either way. Also, these look like unlit candles. They look like decorative candles. Something you'd put on a cake. Rocks. A lot of rocks in here. Oh yeah, random thought, by the way. It was really funny when I first explored a dark museum in Tuki, because while I was finding the glasses effect, right? And I went into this room, and I'm pretty sure if you have visited the dark museum before, then you'll exactly know what I'm talking about when I saw a face there. It was funny. I had the lights on, thankfully. Oh, there is indeed something here. Okay. Seems like another subset of the submarine city. The jump scare face. Yeah, exactly. It's very funny though because I had the lights on already. So it wasn't that... I mean, it was still scary. I was still jump scared, but I feel like I would absolutely be in a cardiac arrest if I didn't have the lights on. Hi. You're here again. How are you doing? Oh, is she... What's she doing? Oh, is she worshipping it? Is she worshipping it? The main reason it's so scary is that it's so unexpected. Yeah. Sculpting? She's sculpting? Oh, really? I mean, to me it looks like she was worshipping it, but... Huh. Or she was... it looks like she's trying to explain to it something. At the same time, this thing over here looks like an interface of sorts. Right. I have to document this. I forgot. Small. I have to document this. I keep forgetting to document. Eepiness slowly taking over tinkering, maybe. Yeah, that can also be eepiness slowly taking over, absolutely. There's several possible animations upon entry. Really? Now I wanna see. Oh my god, that would be absolutely cute, just seeing her live her life here. But, I don't know, might not be that easy. So, submarine city section, I'll put it among here. This will be 50. Eepiness is slowly taking over. It's 3:41 in the morning as I'm streaming this. And then I don't know if I don't think I'll. Yeah, I definitely won't stream later today because I gotta be early for business. I wanna see what she's doing now. Or wait, Kabi, do you mean like entry like when you enter the world itself, or when you enter this area in general? That's pretty cute though. Okay, gonna keep this in mind. So, or I can just look at the map if I want to go back quickly. Alright, let's see. Okay. Bah! She's stationary. She's just looking at it now. What are you doing? She's nodding. If I take your Kabi, if I take your what do you call this? Sculpting. If I take your sculpting, what do you call this? Fuck. Theory, then that's basically her doing like, yes, yes, my magnum opus. That's actually pretty cute though, and it does. It's actually pretty funny that Sabitsky kind of has this on her dream, like, oh yeah, by the way, you were in my dream. You were sculpting something pretty weird. It looks pretty spooky and it's orange, but it looks like really cool, and you were super proud of it. It's actually cute. Aww. I always took her as some kind of engineer and that as some machinery. Yeah, doing her life's work. That's what I was thinking too. Again, the screen looks like some sort of interface. Yeah. So there's that, I guess. Though, Kabi did say there's several, not just two. So I wonder what else she could be doing besides this. I swear to God, she's so precious. Maybe I can go back there later. I'll try to explore more of the area. Let's see. I guess I'm going back here too. Shh, I know. My alarm went off. Telling me, hey, get the fuck up. I'm already up, bitch. I'm not supposed to be up. Okay, I'm back here. This is going to Orange Maze, I think. Yeah, this is going to Orange Maze. Is there anything anywhere else I can go here or not? Maybe this one. Or I can try going in more extensively. Playing Nightmare Simulator instead of sleeping. Truly gamer experience. Real. In Yume Nikki and Yume Tukki, they're dream simulators. For DOTFLOW, it's a little bit different. Oh, now it's blue. It was green when I came here. I asked for green. False advertising! False advertising! Green electric world, blue electric world. Okay, time to document 24. True game experience. Oh, let's see. Hold on. Blue electric world. Electric chair. Electric chair. Okay. Take a picture of that. Go back here. 50. So this is by chance then? Huh. That's interesting. Now the stalls are slightly different. Let's see if I can find anything unique here. No, that's unique. Where does this go? Famicom World. Oh, I thought it was just gonna be that. Thank God it resolved with another verse. What? Have you met up with the brother and sister yet? No, but I want to. Nothing? That looks like nothing. This one, no, there's nothing there. Maybe I should have used the plant effect to see if something works there. This is different. Machine Nation. Oh! I guess this is one of the times where I can use the machine effect then. Question is though, why does this go anywhere? Maybe there is another version of this world. Quite a strange world. This doesn't seem to go anywhere else. Okay. Interesting. Nope. Does being this work? Yeah, alright. Seems to be like nothing. Oh, you can go through here. I didn't know. Okay, hold on. Let's go! Whee! Oh, now it's slower. I'll see if there's anything worth documenting here. Technically, this entire place is worth documenting, but... Oh, so this is like the Dark Maze reference equivalent. But at the very least, I didn't need to use a fucking lantern and it take like more time traversing the area. But I guess the setback here now is that it's bigger. Oh, shit. Why did you put me there? Television. Ooh. TV. I see. Different. Ooh. Yeah, I want to see that in the IRL. I want to see that like outside Famicom. Nice. New effect. By the way, could you elaborate on what you mean by documenting? So what I have, this is like bare bones documentation, but basically I just take a picture of what I see, and if there's any thought I have, then I basically jot down or like short descriptions and stuff. That's what I do. Let's see. Yeah, something like that. Or like just short comments. I once streamed Yumeniki, the original Yumeniki, and then I was much more elaborate on my documentation. There were a lot more text, but that's mainly because I was really familiar with everything in the game, and then slowly when I got into Yumeniki there, I realized there's a lot of things going on, too many things to document, so I kind of, I'm actually not as extensive in my documentation as I would. A very subtly useful effect. I see. Television. Okay, I'll take note of that. I wonder why. I guess I'll see. Let's see. Okay, this is a dead end. Wait. Water. Hey, Jack. Sabitsuki walking around in her dreams with her little notebook. Actually, it's funny because my previous avatar did have a notebook. It's the avatar I used in Oh yeah, you did see it, right? You did see it. I think you did. You followed me while I was streaming Yumetoki, I remember. Yeah, but I'm not Sabitsuki. I see this more as like I'm playing as Sabitsuki. I mean, technically I could say that for other protagonists as well, but for Sabitsuki it's like she's telling me her story. In Yumeniki and Yumetoki it's a little bit different. For Madotsuki, she's more lenient on what the meaning of her dreams might actually be, although she does have a meaning. For Urotsuki, she genuinely doesn't give a shit, and for Sabitsuki, she really wants to tell you something. That's what I think. That's the difference between the extent of the actual concreteness of the meaning between the fan games. At least that's what I think so far playing this game. Let's see. Really, the Nexus can set the tone for what is this? Should I be worried? Should I? What is Oliva? Do I have to do something? Meow? Do I have to jump off? Plan? Ugh, God, every single time. Television? Nope. Iron pipe? Diving helmet? What am I supposed to do here? If all else fails, meow. Can I actually meow with a cat? Hold on. It doesn't seem to be working either. Watering can? It's weird how I'm putting the strongest rains and yet it's not putting out the fires. It's pretty funny. Okay, hold on. Not this either. Not the diving helmet either. Then what? Exactly. Okay, none of this is helping. Okay, mono eye. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, wait, no. Last one, last effect. Okay, yep. We're going out. We're getting out of here. This is a dead end as far as I'm seeing anyway. Unless I'm missing something. Really, unless I'm missing something. Okay. Damn. Alright. This seems like an area that's circling back. Have I been here already? I think I have, yeah, and then I'm going back if I'm going there. There's an area I haven't really explored yet. Hold on. Okay, this is the dead end. Yep. If I see this, bad sign. Not really, like, fatally bad, but just, you're not going anywhere kind of sign. Hold on. Ow. How many Yuminiki fan games have you played? This is my third one actually. Actually two. I didn't play the others yet. My idea actually was before I played DOTFLOW, before I started playing this game, I wanted to make sure I complete Yumetoki in a way. But with the size of the game, I'm pretty sure people who played it know it's like really huge, to the point that people have to resort to the wiki sometimes to even complete it. Completing Yumetoki is something. Yeah, it is. not even 100, not even 100%ing it, just completing it in some way, because there are a multitude of endings as well. And so many things to collect, so many things to explore, so many things to get lost in. For me personally, it doesn't seem like something I could complete in a way. It's that sort of game where you play on and off on a long period, yeah. Yeah, what Kabi said, I definitely agree with him. My objective was to get the most wallpapers and I had to use guides. I see. My objective at the time was mainly... It was mainly, to... Yeah, get as much as I can. Wallpapers are a bonus for me. What I was aiming for is to get the menu themes mostly. Personally they had greater reward. That's what I thought. Wallpapers are mainly a collectible, but yeah, I wanted to get the menu themes. Those were something. That's something that's a little more complicated to collect. And actually, I didn't really get all the effects yet, as far as I remember. I got most, but I didn't really get all of them. There's, I think, 1, 2, or 3 that I'm missing. This is to FC House. I'm just looking at the offshoot paths at the moment. Oh shit, ow, 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 ow. Okay, let's see, there's nothing here. Okay, maybe not. What the fuck, am I missing something? Okay, no, never mind, I already read that. Wait, oh no, I think I'm missing something. Well, wow, shit. Maybe I'm starting to go and get blind. This usually happens when I'm streaming. It's really bad whenever I start playing like games like Yumeniki, where you have to practically look at every corner, every nook and cranny. You really have to search in order to get somewhere, or some worlds like very deep, right? It's really bad because I have blind spots, a lot of them. It happens a lot when I'm streaming. Or maybe, yeah, even when I'm playing on my own anyways, but more so when I'm streaming because I guess it's the pressure. But hey, you know, that's normal. God, I feel like I'm missing something. God, look, NCAT. Look, just look. Maybe go through. Fuck! Oh my god! Okay, keep going. Shit. Alright. There's a well. There's a well. Ooh, where does... Oh, no, never mind. Okay. Oh, seems to be nothing here. There's just a well. Okay. That didn't happen. Chat. It's gonna get archived. But even then, those who saw the archive, that didn't happen. See, this is what I meant when I said blind spot for even the most obvious things. That's like the most painful part. The thing that I have to accept. So this is another way, although this is admittedly a little more complicated than the route I took in getting the not the witch effect, but the broom effect. They call it broom instead. Most obvious thing is most easily missable, right? Especially when you play a game where you have to really look really closely. So I guess it's like a balance. You need to keep a balanced eye, I guess. That's what I call it. That's what I'll call it at the moment. I don't know how else to call it, for lack of a better term. I guess just good cognition. Either way, it's like two extremes. You either get very vague or very obvious. You still need very good cognition to see those two extremes, because you get really, for example, you get really focused on looking for the most minute details. You forget to see the bigger picture. Or you you sometimes think that things will just come to you when you miss the small details. Either way, maybe that's the wrong description, because it's mainly on because some details are obvious and you have to really see them, you know. I've been here before, but I'll just let her chase me. She was almost stupid at that moment. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Damn it! Damn it. Alright. It's okay. That means save. Damn it. I want to keep playing though. I want to keep playing though. Oh. Yay. This is a harder this mini game is actually quite harder. What is that? What was that? Is that a seahorse? That caught me off guard. Play the worst game ever. Real. No wonder Sabitsky is so done with everything. Okay, well... Alright. One last flow, and then I'll stop the stream. I just like what I'm seeing. Okay, let's see what television looks like. Cute. What are those in the TV? That's actually really cute. It's like it. You know what it reminds me of? The fact that she's like very expressive on a TV screen. If it was the only game on my PC, I would want to get up from bed. Right? Exactly. It's not PC. It's more on the console. But you know what this reminds me of? The fact that Urotsuki's. No, fuck. Sorry. I'm very sorry. I'm sorry. The fact that I'm gonna be lynched for this. The fact that she's very expressive on the TV, more or less, it reminds me of Rina-chan Bodo. It reminds me of that character from Love Live that, you know, wears a board on her face, that basically, or uses a notebook to express herself when nothing else can. Okay, the area I least explored. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm gonna screenshot this because I haven't really screenshotted any other variant of the entrance thus far. Pretty shameful because the first variant was the most apparent one. Hold on, let me see. Veranda, balcony. I'll just put this. Oh shit. Okay, I'll probably put that in 25 then. 25, not 50. That's my first 25. Small! Yeah. And I also noticed, like, around here, Is that... Kan? Okay, never mind. I thought it was... Wait, what? I can't read that name. That's Kan. Okay. I thought it was Kabi. Anyway, if you notice the area around here, yeah, if you notice like the area around here, this is rust. It looks like rust, more or less. Hello, I'm gonna have to proceed. I want to go out and see the world. I'm back in this morphic world. Let's see what else I can find in that mask tile world equivalent. And there's something outside too. I kind of want to see that. Get the fuck away from me. Okay, there's nothing else. Just a footprint path world. It's not really what I want. Okay. Let's see. Is there anyone else I can find here? There's those, and apparently I'm blocked by whatever these are. I don't know what those are. Fuck! Wait. Hi! That scared me. I thought it was a chaser. Just another there's another player. Okay, good. Oh yeah, by the way, speaking of like very fast entities, can we talk about the bowling zone in Yumetoki? That was fucking atrocious. I was able to get through it. You know, you need to go a certain way, but god damn, I mean, there are certain worlds in Yumetoki that are like very obnoxious, right? But I haven't seen something like as obnoxious as... Oh, what's this world? See? Like that! Like that! Like that! Like... that fast! The bowling balls come at you that fast! I just don't get it! I kinda wanna go through that area though. Revenge. Let's go back. The bowling ball world was like next level trolling for me. There's an effect that helps, I remember. Really? What is it? Your eye... Sir, I think you dropped your eye. So it's like you cannot really outrun them. An effect that helps. I guess I'll focus on finding those, I guess. Sounds like a good idea. Let me just find more effects. More importantly, I want to find that, I want to find the Nexus, back to Nexus effect. Did I go east? Oh yeah, I went south, and that's the plant world. I want to see what else is here in plant world. Oh, I know what that is in the background now. That's like a lily. I seriously want to know where this goes. Like whenever I see two entities that are like mirroring each other, that are like, if I see like a symmetry thing and then I can pass through it, I pass through it. Yumeniki taught me a lot of that. Yumetoki has a lot of those kinds of things too. Hello, watering can girl. Nice to meet you again. I haven't played this game in some years, but if I remember it correctly, you can turn invisible. Ah, so there's another invisible effect. Yeah, so you mean... Okay, I have to find that one. It's definitely not this one. It's not this one. I wonder what practical use this effect has, actually. Is there nothing else in this world? Is this like a dead-end world? Being cool as fuck. Yeah, I know. Being cool as shit, that's the practical use. Yeah, that's so real. Being cool is practical, guys. You get, that's charisma. That means you have more people falling into your whims. Oh yeah, this is to submarine world. Ow, this hurt. Ow, this is hurt. Ow. Well, I guess I'm going back to prison then. Hopefully I remember my way through. Otherwise, I can revisit, actually. Let's see if I can... Okay, remember. Yeah, it's this way. This is the Barak settlement equivalent. I wonder if there's anything here down. Okay, it doesn't seem to be. Nothing else. Submarine village. Hello! I'm back with a broom. I love the music here. This actually, the music, I'm just gonna be honest. The music in this game, in terms of my preferences, would kind of be like my least favorite per se, but I don't think it's even supposed to be my favorite because it captures the world perfectly in a way that can actually warrant the soundtrack being called my favorite, because it fits really perfectly. Gives Night in the Woods vibes. Yeah, I know. I'm pretty sure you're making a reference, I'm just not getting it. I like this guy. He's like the O-Man. The O-Man of DOTFLOW. Yeah, I just wanted to vibe with him real quick. Alright, let's see. Anything else? I think there's nothing else that you can do here. I wonder if I can enter other houses. Is there another door somewhere? Okay, yeah, that's a no. Let's see, what's in here? Nothing. But what else can you do here, actually? Nice thing about DOTFLOW is that you have a broom instead of the loud bike. Actually, yeah, you have a good point there too. In Yumeniki and Yumetuki, which have bikes, what plays is the normal footstep sounds because you're technically walking on the ground. So when I unequip the broom, these are my footsteps. I have the broom, you're floating above the ground, so it really makes a lot of sense. If this were a Yumeniki game, this would actually just play the footstep sounds faster. But yeah, actually, speaking of footsteps, I just want to say, Yumeniki, my favorite footstep sound so far is Yumeniki. It sounds satisfying, in my opinion. Yeah. Also, I think I heard Savitsuki's footsteps sound effects in Yumetuki. I just don't remember where, but I was stepping on a certain tile. Also, wait. The sound effects that Savitsuki's, I think it's even Yumeniki. The footsteps of Savitsuki sound like the ones that when Madotsuki's Fox daughter. I'm sorry. It sounds like when Madotsuki's walking on a puddle. It sounds very similar. If you remember the puddle tile sound effect, if you interact with it. I guess you can call it interact with it if you say step on it. Oh yeah, I'm gonna interact with you. I'm gonna interact on you. Okay, nothing else here. I guess we have no choice but to go into that goddamn submarine city. I don't like submarine city. I don't know. Even if at one point I thought I would finally memorize the maze, but then I just forgot about the directions the second I went in. It sucks. It really does. I hate it every single time. I like interacting on books. Nice one. Yeah. Okay. Fuck. How did we get here again? Let's see. There. No. There. Not this again. Okay. Uh-huh. Uh... The song in this city is pretty damn funny. Is there any other area here in submarine corridors, or is this just a one-way thing? Oh man, I didn't realize how much talking can make your voice tired. I've been talking for like 5 hours. My longest stream was 6 hours. I don't know, I'm just really invested in this game. I really can't help it. And I really want to get that goddamn effect where you can just return to the entrance and be like, girl, I'm back. You may have trapped me, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna start another day. I wanted to rub it in their faces. That's what I want to do. And all in all, it's just all the more convenient. Inconvenient. Inconvenient. Ah yes, I finally got the broom. How inconvenient. Making your life easier is ultimately inconvenient because the karma of easy means you get to experience difficulty later on. But to be fair, I experienced difficulty right before getting this broom. I got this. I did not need to look at the wiki for this shit. Praise me. Praise me. Praise me. Okay, let's see. That's pretty impressive, honestly. Actually, I wouldn't have gotten the broom effect without help from my viewers anyway. They gave me a hint. I was like this close. If that's like the way to point at the range, but basically I was so close to checking the wiki. I was really fucking close to checking the wiki, and then the viewer of mine proposed, you want me to give you a hint instead? And they only gave me one hint, and that is, it starts with the area where you got the iron pipe effect. So I started from there. I went on my merry way, hoping to God I got the witch effect, and would you know it, from apartments to FC World, I got the broom effect. I was so happy. I got it on stream too, so yeah. One of my proudest achievements. So you just have to get it from the apartment. Actually, if you think about it, in Yumeniki, both Yumeniki and Yumetoki, their bike effects are just immediately after the Nexus, right? If you think about it. Immediately right after the Nexus, you have Garden World, for example, for Yumetoki. For Yumeniki, it's the Graffiti World. You walk someplace else and you find your bike. In DOTFLOW, on the other hand, you need a certain path, and I was just really lucky I took that path, or else I would have taken like until the 4th hour of this stream to actually get the broom effect. I was just goddamn lucky. Hi! Hi! Ghost! Yippee! Hell yeah, I can be spooky. There, this is the invisible effect you're talking about. Now we are invisible. What's with that? Okay. Did I say something sus? I don't know what I said back there. Okay, this is a Shield Folk World reference. I just look at fan games sometimes and I see that they have like references from time to time. And now I'm back in plant corridors. Is there anything new I can find here now that I have the broom effect and I can just do whatever the fuck I want technically? Twice the speed? Let's go down. I haven't gone this direction. Let's see. I guess I'll just look back at the stream to see what I said. I don't know, I'm too EP to actually figure out anything at the moment. Oh, this is new. Oh, hi. How are you? Can I interact with... What are you doing there? Why are you there? Do I need to do something? Hello? Do I have to... Every single time, that's just painful. What, like one of them even comes out of her eye. Like, Sabi, isn't that painful? No, I don't feel anything. I'm pretty sure she doesn't feel anything, but oh no. Technically, it is pretty painful because she is feeling something like grow out of her, which is not really. Ewy. Exactly. I had to do it twice too to just look at it again and describe why the fuck I hate it so much. It's so funny. Yeah, this is like... It's supposed to be... A lot of what's in this game is supposed to be unappealing. Supposed to be unappealing. It should be that way because, again, what Sabitsuki is basically in is a nightmare. In this way, like these worlds are darker in tone and much more gruesome in imagery than, you know, the likes of Yumeniki and Yumetuki. So yeah. Alright, let's see. Hi. And now we're back here. Oh dear, is there anything else I can find that I haven't found already? I feel like it really makes you think what poor Sabitsuki has gone through. Yeah. If you look at my documentation, actually, I actually visited deterioration and went into these rooms that seem to be a sequence of what Sabitsuki's life could have been. Like, these are memories, vague sometimes in imagery. This one in particular makes me kind of sad because Sabitsuki is wanted to, like, I kind of see this like she's like knocking on the glass or like seeing if she could enter, and I assume this is younger Sabitsuki who just looks at her, shakes her head slowly. And like she's like, don't even bother. And I'm like, oh my god. What does that mean? That's like that's just sad. Oh, there's a smoking one. Gas mask. Oh. Hell yeah. Nice. That's cute. A lot of pain. Yeah, a lot of pain. A lot. There's a lot of themes of blood and sickness. One of the major areas is the hospital. I've visited there prior, actually. I went to Sunset, I went to the backwards. I went to... I'm here again. How many times do I have to visit this area? But yeah, I went to backwards. I went to the past of backwards. I went into the room where I saw the child bedridden, and in the past part there's this corpse that the children surround. Yeah, I saw a lot of them. School is also also a nice destination. I haven't been to school. That's out of context. It's like I didn't go to school, bitch. Yeah, I'm looking forward to visiting that someday. Maybe in another stream I will. Hopefully I'll visit somewhere worthwhile in here. I've been going in circles in the same maps over and over again. Do I have to kill someone just to get here? Oh, look at that. I'm back in fucking dysmorphic world. I guess that means I'm back at the entrance. I circled back. Guess who went back? Hi, Stir. Go south or go west? I can't tell. You go the place where the fast enemies, now that you have the ghost effect. Right, I forgot about that. Oh my god, you have a point. I totally forgot about that. Wow, thanks. Yeah, hopefully it works there. Here is my point. Yeah, you get a point. You get a star for that. Here's my point. Ah! Oh, you are pointing at the colon too. Out of context, that sounds... I don't know, I'm just... brain off. My brain is like switching off. I am just enslaved in this game. Unlike the previous two games, I'm streaming this completely blind. Yumetuki actually got in prior to streaming it, as well as Yumeniki. But for Yumeniki, I read a lot about it before even playing it the first time, way before I streamed it. For DOTFLOW, this is my absolute first time playing it. Let's see. Where was that again? That open mouth. That gaping fucking whatever the hell you are. I'm lost. These sleep-deprived symptoms are making me want to look at the map. Just get me there already. Kids these days sleeping in-game instead of IR. So true. I'll do you one better. Hypnospace. I should probably no, I mean I can stream that, but technically I have went far enough into the game, so I cannot really do that. Hypnospace is really funny because that's technically sleeping, a game about sleeping. What's really nice about Hypnospace OS 2 is like... Oh no, Hypnospace Outlaw, sorry. What's really nice about Hypnospace Outlaw is... because I played it with my sister, and she lived through the 90s basically, or at least she lived through like the earliest days of the internet, so we played it together. She told me this is exactly what 90s internet was like. So if you are a big fan of the old internet, then definitely Hypnospace Outlaw is a game you should be checking out. I played through it. It was a really, really enjoyable experience. It was really satisfying. So yeah, I'd recommend it to Hypnospace Outlaw. I'll put it down here. Hold on. In chat. This is the name of the game. There, Hypnospace Outlaw. It's a really interesting premise. really nice graphics, really nice vibes. I don't know, for me, it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. I loved every single second playing that game. No prob. Cuchetto. God, where the fuck was that mouth? Oh my god, you want me to pull out the map? Jesus Christ. Oh my god, I'm going back the same. Okay, wait, no. I know what to do. I know what to do. I remember everything now. Go through here. I swear it was here. It was here. Opposite direction? Because I remember I went through here. That means I took that as a sign that I was nearby. God fucking damn it. I swear to God. Where was it? Where was it? I had to pass through something to get to it. God. Make it stop. Did I go right or left? Holy shit. Fuck it, I'm gonna check the map. As long as I don't check the wiki, it's fine. 1/6 chance. I see. 1/6. I have to go in and out again and check back at the fucking world. Let it kill me right now. Actually, no, I'm already dying. I should not wish that upon myself at the moment. I just want to play my game. Have mercy on me. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go back. Okay, I'm just gonna... It's a chance thing. Fucking hell, no wonder I can't find it. Shit. God damn it. Okay, just calm down. I can find it. Now where's the entrance? Now where's the exit? This is for sure a metaphor for something. Repressed memory? God, I don't like that sound. It might be repressed memory. Now to look around. This might be a repressed memory. Yeah, that does seem like a repressed memory. Let's see if I got it. Anyway, yeah, you were right about the ghost effect. It really did require it. So, yeah, I'm just going to go in and out again per flow session. Mother... Did I miss that? Just one more flow! Exactly. Yeah, I did say just one more flow. That means next stream. 99% of flowers stop right before getting the right RNG. Flowers stop right before getting the right RNG. No, don't encourage me. Don't encourage me. Either way, if I'm going to play this game another day, it's gonna be another flow all the same. I'm still gonna play this game again. Oh, let me just go to Music World. Just take me there. No, my fucking god. Make it stop. Yeah, but wouldn't you leave this for you wouldn't want to leave this for another day, dude? It's 4:36 a. You know what? Fuck. Fine. Fine. I'm just gonna save and then just one more. It's okay. It's okay. This will be quick, hopefully. And then if nothing happens, then sure enough, I'll quit. I actually do want to try it out. Okay, now last flow, last one. Last one. We are getting with insomnia with this one. So okay. You know, Kucha, you're right. 99% of flowers get the right stop right before getting the right RNG, just like any gamer. You should never play gacha. Oh, definitely I will never. Unfortunately, Love and Deep Space kind of got me. I'm not gonna play it though, but I'm this close to trying it out. Oh, my eye hurts. My eye hurts. Wait. Okay, 50. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna cover this with something that hurts. Not gonna use that. Damn it. Sounds good. No, I might waste that. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna use this instead. The rough texture gives me a little more comfort in this spot. Ow. Ugh, God. Ow. My eye. Okay, I'm gonna just take that off. You know when the oil just gets into your eyes? Let's see. Just one more flow. Okay, let's see. Let me clarify with the map. Clarify with the map. Look to the left. Okay, it's not here, guys. Thank you for coming to this stream. No, look at this. Look at this. See this? This is the area. That will be this one. The 1 in 6 chance. This will be inverted, so this one will be over here and with a gaping, bleeding mouth. So yeah, the going there will be for another stream. I did promise. One more flow, and if nothing ever happens, I will end the stream and I will sleep. Also, yeah, this is actually fitting for my situation because technically I'm dreaming by entering a state of flow in the computer, but this one, on the other hand, I am saving by sleeping, which is very right. Download save game. I like how I'm pretty sure LOL contacted the managers of Y&O. Eternal Eeper. So real. I'm pretty sure the the creators of YNO did contact LOL about integrating that, and they're well aware of it, so they added that function that immediately connects with YNO. Or maybe that's the same with Yumetoki. I just didn't press the shift button. Other way around, after the whole Tuki debacle. I see. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. That makes more sense. Fresh air? Yeah, that seems like fresh air. I'm just gonna end it in the bed. So that was a fun first game. Wanted to get his permission. He was like, yeah, sure, feel free to do whatever. Oh, cool. Nice. Okay. Oh, wait. I made a mistake. Hold on. I'm gonna just fix this real quick. So, alright guys. For the first stream, this is what we discovered so far. I'm just gonna crop it until the visible parts mostly remain. Alright. Memo board 1, stream 1 of .flow. This is what we got. I like how the only peaceful song in the game is when you're on the bed and saving, which is nice. Apart from the apart from the nightmare you're having in flow session. Retro world was peaceful. I see. Well, I have yet to I don't know. I think I have visited there. I can't really remember, but I don't remember visiting there yet. And if I have, I'm looking forward to visiting that again, as well as other worlds in the game. So yeah, you got Broom there. Yep. Oh wait, really? Oh no, Famicom world then. Yeah, Famicom world was peaceful. Though what I mean is like this song is peaceful. Yeah, technically, yeah. Other things, along with Submarine World in a way, especially that's where you meet my girl, Diving Helmet. Yeah, there are like some worlds in the game that are pretty peaceful, and if not peaceful, they are at most solemn or melancholic. Deterioration is one, and the Snowy Plains where you get the morning dress. Most of the rest of the worlds are scary or violent or gruesome and stuff. So yeah. So this is where we entered so far. We just explored the room a bit and the veranda. I'm actually surprised that they call it veranda. We call it veranda in our place. Usually the Yumeniki games really just call it the balcony. I don't know. I'm pretty sure there's another game that also calls it veranda, but anyways. So we visited Star World, we got Machine Effect there, we went to Submarine World, we met our girl and got the Diving Helmet, we got to Plant World, we got our watering can, we got to Dysmorphic World, we got our Mono Eye, Music World, we got our headphones, White Room, I don't remember shit really. I don't think we got anything there. We didn't really get anything either on Apartments, Prison, Hell, Orange Maze. In Utility Pole World, which is the first world I got in, I got my Iron Pipe effect. It's unlike the original Yumeniki game where the knife effect is in the Dark World, where it's a little less accessible unless you have really good eyes and can see in the very, very, very dimmed world, or you have lantern effect on. as opposed with Sabitsuki's flow session, as you can see, you could get the iron pipe like immediately without any effects whatsoever. It was really easy to get. So we have wetlands, which transported us to the flower world, and then got us to plant corridors, I think, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it did. In plant corridors, we got a menu theme. I don't know how to change menu theme at the moment, but I got the flower theme, and I got the gas mask effect. I also got plant effect, if I remember correctly. I don't know if I got plant effect there. Oh yeah, I did. Oh no, yeah. It was a room going toward a kind of offshoot, like tucked right inside the plant corridors. Then we went to Parade Ward, where we saw more of that illness themes. We went into blue electric and green electric world. Nothing of the sort happened here except in the electric world, where I immediately got I don't know where oh no, I think I got into hospital through blue electric world. I don't remember really. I think I'll just look at it in the stream. We went into the peaceful... Okay, village section was also peaceful. We went into village section. We met with the guy. We got we tried on a few dresses. We went into the fucking submarine city section, where we ended up in the rest of this thing. Cozy BGM, yeah. Really cozy BGM. I think this is the coziest one in the entire game. I believe it is. Even though Sabitsuki doesn't really sleep, it seems like she couldn't really sleep properly. Or maybe she does sleep a lot. It's just that, you know, she's more willing to face her fears, like awake or something. I don't know. I don't really know much about it in the moment. We went to Parade Ward again. We saw, that's from the hospital, we saw a lot of the themes and a lot of hints concerning the deceased, the submarine city. We got to meet her the diving helmet girl and see her do some good things. And if we notice here as well, let's see, this looks quite similar to the one in this computer here. Where was it? In blue electric world. It's the entrances to blue and green electric world. Quite similar imagery as well as in the orange maze. Perhaps it's something Sabitsuki really enjoyed, I guess. I don't know. Then, of course, we went into deterioration. One of the more notable parts for me personally, because we actually got to see a more explicit rendition of what could have been a history of Sabitsuki's life, because it seems like there's a sequence of events at play with the way the doors are lined. For example, this one, her birth, pretty violent. This one, something around her childhood. Something might have happened in this moment, but she doesn't want you to enter it. Or she's just shaking her head at you in dismay. Or like, I'm sorry that you had to go through this, or I'm sorry your life is this way, or something. And this one seems like she's on medication, with going by the disease elements. We went into apartments further afterwards, which is where we got into the Famicom world, where we got our trusty broom. We went into Footprint Path world after that. I think we were able to enter reverse apartments after that. Yeah, I think it was from Footprint Path that we got into Famicom world. Yeah, it was. Then, of course, we went into Psychedelic Town. Unfortunately, we weren't able to go to that rainbow door where that where that guy was sitting. Why did I pronounce it that way? Anyway, we went to Sweet Sugar, where it's an allusion to pleasure quarters, and there is like implications that the maids are not really having a good time there, and they really have to keep up with the bullshit that they're given. Very understandable. Rainbow maze. We went through the rainbow maze. We got the cat effect there. We got this like really trippy Aztec rave monkey looking event. We also got our flying event because we got the broom effect, which we weren't initially, when we first went into the Rainbow Hill, we weren't able to do. And of course, one of my most favorites as well, we went into Sugar Hole. I was able to say hi to the maids there because I got the dress. I was able to curtsy with her in greeting. It was really nice. Whenever I come across the maid, I just love that every single time. It's such a good vibe. It's like, yeah, we get you. Hello, bro. Sup, bro? You know, something like that. I don't know. So yeah, a lot of themes to go by. Unlike the original Yuminiki game, where they're like recurring themes from here and there, and it's up to us on how we can piece them together, whether Madotsuki was a victim of SA, or she had problems with her body, or she had social anxiety and other things. There are concrete themes, but we didn't really, it's not really like, there's not really much of a hint on like what that really explicitly is. In Yumituki, this is all the more vague because this is mostly just a playground for upcoming passionate hobbyist developers to test grounds on and express themselves as well. Yeah. Hold on, I can't read that. Okay. So, yeah. Oh, it's someone else's first time playing Flow as well. Welcome, welcome. Regards to them. I know they can't hear me. But yeah. I'll probably chat to them, but for now, let's just okay, where was I? So all the more in Tuki, very, very vague, though there are certain themes depending on like which subsection of Urotsuki's dream world, or what I personally think is a dream network is. It depends on where you go, basically. Let's see, what else? Okay. Meanwhile, in a game like DOTFLOW, there are these themes. And I guess it's same with Yuminiki, where Hi Naskiel, welcome back. I'm kind of chatting at the moment because I'm ending the stream here, but basically I'm just saying my thoughts at the moment. So as I said, Yuminiki has these concrete themes, and it's up to us on how we can piece them together. For Yumitoki, not so much, because it's a product of like many minds coming into one and just trying their hand at expressing themselves or just testing out something. Either way, it's art, right? As for DOTFLOW, it feels different because there are concrete themes similar to Yuminiki. We get to also, it's also like up to us and how we can piece them together. Oh wait, no, never mind. The chat. No. I thought Naskiel came back. Sorry. The chat kind of went back up on my other device. Okay. Anyway, sorry. There are these concrete themes. However, the way these are presented, it's as if there's a more concrete storyline at play. All the more that I heard that there are different endings into this game. And so, oh yeah, we can make like different theories, similar with Yuminiki, but for this game, these themes are so concrete and apparent that for Madotsuki, she's more lenient on telling you what she really feels, because I'm pretty sure Madotsuki herself doesn't really know exactly what these are, but she did experience them. For Urotsuki, she really doesn't care. She really just wants to have fun. At least that's for me. For Sabitsuki, as I said earlier in the stream, she wants to tell you her story. She wants you to get into her world, see what she has experienced. She wants to make it clear to you that she strongly feels about them. She really doesn't like it. She really doesn't like the bullshit she's going through. That's why, unlike in Yumeniki and Yumituki, her worlds are nightmarish. We get, instead of going into like neutral or peaceful worlds like in the previous 2 games that I streamed, we get into places like utility pole world, where you immediately get the iron pipe effect. We get to apartments. We get to dysmorphic world. I'm pretty sure it's the same as like eyeball world, but the violence and the gruesomeness of these are just much more apparent, and it's so heavy. You know, aside from music world, the music world is definitely such a vibe. Yeah, but that's the thing. It feels heavier, and it feels like you're dragging instead of in a trance. You feel like you're suffocating instead of swimming in an ocean. The dream is a big ocean. Normally you'd be swimming in it, and here you're kind of suffocating in it. Or more of like, the ocean is not water. It's fucking oil. Cooking oil, or ketchup. It's very viscous. It's hard for you to get through. Somehow you manage to get through it, and slowly you get used to it over time. It gets a lot worse later in the game too. I figured that would happen. Yeah. So yeah, really makes you think what this girl had to go through. The fact that the messages are clear in this game, she really wants, she's like venting to you. For Madotsuki, she's venting to you, but she doesn't really know what these are. For Sabitsuki, she's like a survivor telling her tale, if she even survived, you know. Yeah. So yeah, those are my thoughts so far about the game. And I'm looking forward to learning more about her story through, you know, the worlds and effects. And if I get an ending, I get an ending. An ending is an ending all the same, whether it's good or bad, because again, I've heard that there are different endings to this game. But yeah. So, am I missing anything? I think that's more or less about it. How long have I been talking? I don't think I can tell. I've streamed for 6 hours and 30 minutes tonight. It's now 5 a.m. in the morning. Actually, it was way worse, I think, in my previous Yumituki stream. I stayed up until 6. It was so bad. Yeah. So it's good that I, you know, it's still not good, but not as bad. That shouldn't be an excuse though. But yeah, I'm gonna get busier from here on then, so, you know. But yeah, really good. I had a really good experience so far. Unpleasant, but that's just part of the experience, you know, and it's good. A good experience. Though, to be fair to Savitsky, yeah, it was horrible. So yeah, nothing else. I do want to aim, I do want to get that Nexus effect soon. It would be so frustrating though if I ended up getting that Nexus effect like even way fucking before I like as my last effect. Like, what was the point of traveling the lands when, or going back to the Nexus when I explored everything just to get the ending, right? Yeah. So yeah, something like that. All right. So anyway, yeah. All right, I think I've yapped enough now. I've yapped quite enough. I'm just gonna save this file first. Let's see, where was it again? It's here. There we go. Okay, there we go. For Yumatuki, I only had crazy idea. You can get it now if you don't sleep. Shh, no. Don't give me ideas. Do not give me ideas. No, don't worry. No matter how much you're gonna give me ideas, I'm gonna have to rest either way. Or like end the stream here. So that will not affect me. Na, 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 na. Whatever that is. Stream 1 analysis notes. It's very funny. So I have a folder where my analysis notes are for my Yumeniki streams, original streams. I don't know if I saved my last archives. I'm pretty sure they're already gone by now, but I streamed most of my Yumeniki adventures in YouTube. You can find it basically. I linked it in my Twitch. I have 6 streams of Yumeniki. And as of now, I have like kind of like many. Why did you not highlight? What do you mean? What did you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean, Kabi? Kabi? What do you mean? What do you mean on Twitch? What do you mean highlight? Oh, you mean like say that my YouTube is there or something? Is that what you meant? I thought it was visible on my channel. Is there, maybe I should put it, should I put it here on my screen next time? Save the VODs. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I got lazy and I stopped seeing. I mean, sorry about that. I'll try to. I'll do my homework. I'll do my best. I do want to save the VODs as much as I can. Hopefully none of them are lost and I can still save them. But yeah, I'll do my best to save everything I can. But you know, after I do a VOD, I don't publish it immediately, so it doesn't really feel right to publish it, you know, to YouTube, I guess. But I guess nevertheless, I'll just publish it, and I'll just say, you know, last streamed on this date, and that's it. It's just a few minutes. Export, description, last streamed, stream date, publish, fucking done. You get a week for that without affiliate. Yeah, exactly. I know that, and yet I will still, you know, and yet I'm a lazy ass. So, yeah, of course, I'm really sorry. I'll do that. I'll try to do. I'll do my best to really get a grip and save the VODs. All right. And yeah, especially this one. I'll try to save this. It's okay. Alright, so that'll be it for this stream. I've talked for a long time and I did stream for a long time. Thank you to everyone who came here and stayed until the end, especially. I appreciate it every time. Despite it being pretty long and pretty slow, I enjoyed every single second of it, except for like those really annoying mazes. Yeah. Thanks for the stream. It was very chill. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Kuzeto, come back anytime soon whenever I'm around. If ever you can, if you're not busy. If y'all are not busy. So yeah. I'll be streaming DOTFLOW again in my next stream. And I swear, whatever VODs I have still available, I will save them. I promise, guys. I will do my best. If I won't save them, I'm at least gonna just download them, okay? I promise, guys. I'll do that. I don't care if it's shameful that I'm not posting or exporting on the spot on YouTube. I don't know, but just I'll do it, guys. I promise. I will try. I'll try my best, okay? Okay, that's about it. So yeah, thank you for coming to the stream. See you next stream. Sweet dreams. Sweeter days. Have the sweetest life ahead. But